alive. So that should be what it is. Okay. Again, I'm still trying to figure out how the freaking thing works. But that should... There we go. Okay. We live? We rolling? There we go. Okay. Okay, so how's everyone doing? Hope you're all doing well. But welcome in, everyone. Let me just move that there. There we go, just organizing my, thing a bit more. So we're doing well. We're doing well. Here, stop freaking out. There we go. Start. There we go. That's better. Yes, we are resuming some shiny hunts today. And in particular, I have one I am somewhat eager to try doing, and that's quillfish. Because quillfish is one that's kind of annoying to get because it's in the water. But my thought process being that, well, I can just do quillfish with a sandwich. That's part of the reason when it came to these water type hunts, I've been doing most of them in like with outbreaks, because they're very annoying and difficult to get. They exclusively spawn in the water, of course, and you can't really reset them as easily as you can reset ones on land. So my thought process being, I can just go with the higher boosted odds. The only issue with this is they don't really spawn in as frequently. I don't get water type battles, so that's a bit of an issue. So it's going to be a bit slow, though. I am working on, putting together a list of water type hunts in what areas, so that way I can more effectively hunt all of them in like relatively close time. So that should be fine. But how's everyone doing today? Hope you guys are doing wonderfully well today. We're doing great. Hey Goldie, welcome in JJ, welcome in Pixel, Aiden as well, Omar. Yeah, water hunts are whack without outbreaks. I mean, not really, because they're just a little more annoying, which I don't really think is that big of an issue. But when it comes to kind of like these things, when it comes to the ones with the, I mean, the way I'm thinking about it is, if I can get a water outbreak, I'll go with it. But going forward, I think it would be best to not like hard focus doing them, because a lot of the outbreaks I'm actually getting these days are pretty much the same things over and over and over and over and over again. So I'm not really getting anything new. And I'm thinking, okay, going forward, I don't want to just keep doing like these ones. I think it would be best to focus on, doing not exclusively outbreak hunts. So there's that. But that's the plan. That's kind of the plan. But yeah, I have a bit of a list I'm working on of them for water type hunts. Actually, anytime I see a water type, I'm just gonna like note it down. I'm gonna hand it in a little notepad, because yeah, for those who don't know, I have like a billion notepads around me at like all times for various reasons. I just like note stuff down about things. It's how if I'm like recording something and I don't have a replay buffer running, I can like just keep the thing rolling so I have it for later. And the goal for today is I want to try... Hey! Grief Mr. L, welcome in. Hope you're doing well. And so pretty much what I'm going to try to do today is I want to get rid of all of my Froakie eggs, and then I want to focus on getting rid of the Charmander eggs. The reason for this is if I can eliminate the Charmander, eggs, and I can eliminate all the Froakie eggs, I can kind of shift my entire PC box storage and organize it more effectively. But yeah, that's the plan. That is the plan. It's all coming together. The plan is all coming together. So let's just keep scooting through the water. So let's see. So water hunts. Water hunts. Weasel. Weasel. I got that. That's what. Yeah, Weasel. I got the name right. Float. Zell. I have decided that when it comes to Dynamo, can't you switch around the boxes too? What I mean is I can free up the boxes. I have about 2.5 boxes, I believe, full of just Charmander eggs, and if I can hatch all of those eggs, then I will be able to have even more space for Froakie eggs, and well, other eggs in the future for other hunts. So that's the plan. I'm doing very well. But also, guys, again, please don't forget to leave a like and subscribe if you guys haven't done so already. It is one small click for you, but it is one enormous big help for all of us here. Hola, hope you're doing well. If any of the mods are in chat, can I please go grab Last channel link? Thank you very much. So Weasel, Floatzel, Alomomola, Aerokuda, Waffalooza, Aerokuda. Yeah, the only ones I'm kind of worried about is really Dynamo, but Dynamo is one I've already decided I am going to be doing via Masuda method. Yeah, that's kind of a non-negotiable hunt that I'm doing for Masuda, because it's so small, you can't even freaking tell it's shiny or not. So, we're just basically going to do it that way. So there we go. Alomomola, Aerokuda, Barrascutai. Barrascutai is actually a Pokemon I'm kind of worrying about because of the Elite Battle League. One of the last people I'm going up in the league is Humberto, aka Lionheart Plays, and he has a Barrascutai on his team. Normally I wouldn't really be afraid of it, but I run rock teams. I generally use Pokemon that are suited to being run in a sand environment, and last I checked, Pokemon that run in sand don't necessarily enjoy fast water types. Barrascutai. But I mean, I can identify Aerokuda from like visual things. But yeah. I mean, you can sort of switch around your boxes. But I'm also a bit of a stickler for my OCD, where like I like my stuff all being numbered. Like numbered in like the right order, so going in like changing around the boxes just kind of doesn't really sit well with me. I like how look at the Tatsugiri were facing each other. Yeah, I think we've hatched all these eggs, right? Yes, we've hatched all these eggs. Oh. 20. Almost had like all pretty good ones on that. I'm keeping track mentally of how many like perfect IV ones we get. We have not gotten one. We've only gotten one yet. We've not gotten two. But I'm pretty sure I already released my my perfect. We know that was the 0 attack one, so no, we have not gotten a perfect IV one yet. But I mean, if we get one, I'll keep it. But I mean, I also probably don't think I need to keep one, because like we already have the perfect IV one from the raids, so I don't think it's as necessary to keep that. Which, side note, what do you guys think is going to be the next level 5 Terra-type raid boss? Cause I'm starting to lean more in agreement with what Inferno Man has been thinking. He has convinced me. Here's the comment. Is there comments after me? What do you mean, La? Is there comments after me? Yeah, I'm also hoping we get Inteleon, because I would like to get... I'd like to get Inteleon, because I have some shenanigan team ideas. What I really want is I want a special attacking grass type to be the starter. Because if we can get like a good special attack a grass type starter, then I can use the shenanigans that are the pledge moves when it comes to VGC. And I'm a big fan of pledge move shenanigans, because the pledge moves have all kinds of interesting things. that like they have just for field effects. The trick is, though, that they're a bit tricky to pull off. You need to be very aware of how the moves interact with one another. Because... Oh, no, it's not a comment after that. Yeah, the tricky thing about the pledge moves, though, is the very funky way in which they operate. They will after you the next one, and the way they operate is it will force call a move, because it modifies the move's base power. Essentially, this is the way of thinking about the pledge moves. If you have a fast grass pledge user, and then you have a water type using water pledge, the grass type essentially does nothing in that scenario outside of using the move. The water type will immediately move after the grass pledge, using water pledge. However, it will use a 150 base power grass pledge. Except it also receives same type attack bonus, despite it not being a grass type. We kind of discovered this because my friend was trying to come up with a grass pledge, water pledge combo to annihilate one of my friend's draft league Jellicent, and we were wondering why was it always one-shotting? It should only be like a 6% chance. Hey Chris, how you doing? And so we looked into the moves a little bit more and like tested other things, because the calculator we were using was outputting it will only one-shot, this like 6% of the time with a single damage roll. But we ran a simulated fight, 5, 6, 7 times, and each time it knocked it out. So then we started switching things up. We started fighting it with other things to figure out what the heck is going on. And we came to the conclusion that the pledge moves, even though you are not using a move that is your own typing, you still receive same type attack bonus. So if we can get something like that going, it would just be insane. The amount of damage you could do with that. I'm doing very, very well. But yeah, like it would be insane the kind of shenanigans you can pull off with the pledge moves, provided we were able to get like quality like starters who can use those moves effectively. Which is why I'm really wondering what the next starters are going to be. I'm hoping we get like Sceptile. Because if we can get Sceptile, it's a fast grass type. It's a fast grass special attacker. Because if you're using like Meowscarada, or yeah, like if you're using like Meowscarada for grass pledge setup, then you're basically having a blank move slot in it that's exclusively used for being alongside a pledge move. And it's got pathetic special attack. Finally did it. Got a 0 special attack. Shiny Screamtail took me 48 shinies to get. Now I'm going to be hunting the next one to go again. Oh my gosh. Why did you go for 0 special attack, not speed? Why did you go for special attack on that? I'm doing very, very well though, Chris. Doing very, 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 very well. Okay, poison, I'm pretty sure is the green bell peppers. Let me just check my little combo with Echo. Make a sandwich. Yep, green bell pepper is poison. Tomato, onion, 3, and then a burger. I can, I'll go bitter. I'll go with bitter ones. I don't need them. I have so many bitter herbs, and those ones we got like in spades from Andreas's raids. Lay down the bedding of tomatoes. And we go with the bag out. And bag out. 2, 3. I don't know why, but the red peppers look, not the red peppers. The green peppers look a little different. One sec, getting a call. That was weird. That was very strange. Just called and nothing happened. That's fine. And 1, 2, 3. That's fine. It's good. Fine with 0 speed. Okay, good. At least you're going for a 0 speed, when you're being vaguely sensible with that. Because, like, 0 special attack doesn't make sense. 0 speed does. There we go. Tasty Max is original. There we go, Sparkle Power Poison. Good thing is that shiny Quillfish very, very stands out. Because it's like glowing pink, almost. So we should be able to find it relatively easily. If we see it here. The only issue is the long drop down to the water. Alright, now let's get looking for a Quillfish shiny. The blue fish. Matt would be happy. I opted to go for wait. Is that one? No. Okay, that's a regular one. It was just a light. Matt would be proud to see me shiny hunting his favorite Pokemon. He would be most pleased. But also again, guys, please don't forget to leave a like and subscribe if you haven't done so already. Thank you all. Alright. Now let's head over here. Okay, everything is now despawned. That's kind of the good thing about this. It's actually quicker to just go away and despawn everything than it is to go up there. What the heck was that? Oh, that was the guitar. Okay, that's what that noise was. I wonder if you guys can actually hear it. They probably can hear it. You can probably pick that up. Okay. Now, let's head back in. Was that? Oh, it's a Veluza fish. Yeah. The most annoying Pokemon in the game in the water. Veluza fish. Despise it. But, hey, we will eventually, we already hunted Veluza. Actually, I think this is the exact spot that we shiny hunted Veluza in, now that I'm thinking about it. Because I remember it was, maybe it wasn't right here. Maybe it was a little more west. Because I remember it was closer to the woods area. Yeah, no, maybe it wasn't right here. But it was relatively close. It's close, though. Froakie hatched from the egg. Well, you're not as bad as a Veluza fish. Good thing is that Quillfish, it sticks out pretty heavily. It also does not move nearly as fast as Veluza does. So we're not going to get absolutely shreked by it every 10 seconds. How you doing, Toxic? Hope you're doing well. Hope you're doing well. I'm certain no I am. Okay. Wait, did I take up the counter by 5? I mean, I'll see when we go into the... No, now we did. Well, no. I forgot to take it up to 30. Yeah, I'll release all of those Froakie off stream. Because we are burning sandwich time. And I would rather not burn sandwich time. Okay, so now we despawn them and then we head back in. Let's look. What will we get on this one? Nope. I'm not seeing the pink depth charge. Honestly, I kind of expected Swift Swim Quillfish with Terra-type water to almost be meta in doubles. Main reason for that was I remember early on a lot of the big theory crafting by a lot of the bigger, big battlers was the thinking, oh yeah, just Swift swim Terra water on rain teams, but that never actually happened. Which, I mean, I'm thankful that they were wrong about that, because that was my one big worry when it came to terastallizing, was that it was not exactly going to be like Z-Move 2 Revenge of the Zed, but more of things Terra-typing into their own absurd stabs when under the influence of weather. So like you get like a fire type that's in rain, not in rain, a fire type that is in sun, Terra-typing into fire for like huge damage boosted heat waves, which we kind of saw a little bit with Armor Rouge, but it's actually more grass nowadays, which I'm happy for. But how you doing, Jace? Hope you're doing well. And again, guys, please don't forget to leave a like and subscribe if you haven't done so already. But yeah, I think today we're gonna finish off the rest of our Greninja eggs and start working on a good portion of our well, not Greninja, our Froakie eggs, and then get working on a good portion of our Charmander eggs. Remember my Pokemon White Nuzlocke I said I was writing a script for? Yes, I do. It is good. That is actually not scary, Chris. We've actually had like a number of previous streams talking about this. Air Balloon Terra Electric Shedinja is an absolute joke and a half. It is so bad. Because the amount of pressure you're giving up by basically forcing your Terra type to be used on a Shedinja is absurd. Terra type is a huge part of battling, and you're throwing it away on a gimmick Pokemon, especially when status damage still takes out of the equation. You know, Tyranitar still exists with Sand, completely obsoleting Shedinja. Burns from Will-O-Wisp, obsolete Shedinja. Toxic, obsolete Shedinja. It can even use like Phantom Force to hide, but Toxic will still nail it. And just any sort of like residual damage effects from things like, you know, people would start picking up things like the Pledge for Fire to just deal residual rack up damage. Flame Burst would actually bypass Winter Guard. There's a number of things that would be able to easily bypass it. Yeah, that's the reason. Like, that's the reason why Shedinja Terra Electric with Air Balloon is a joke. The meme originally of that was actually posted by like a high-level battler, and it was a meme because see, that's the thing about Shedinja. Shedinja preys on this little part of us as players that, well, not little, but like it's the major part of us as players, where we play with battle damage. We go and we attack. We don't really think about like the status moves and things like that as much, and that's one of the reasons why something like Shedinja freaks us out so much. That we just don't really consider the non-damaging options ways of beating it. But yeah, Shedinja is never really a threat. There's only been a few formats where Shedinja has been able to do well, and the amusing thing about all of those formats, they are restricted legendary formats. So there's no Tyranitar, there is like no residual damage forms, and it's all formats with restricted box art legendaries. Because few box art legendaries are actually weak to what Shedinja is weak to, so no one really carries moves that is good against Shedinja. And it finds a niche in those, but the thing is, it isn't really heavily used because there's still a number of things that are actually prominently used that just eat it up. Like, Incineroar basically obsoletes Shedinja's entire existence. We returned the shock of news to CEO. I didn't even know about that. But also, guys, again, please don't forget to leave a like and subscribe if you haven't done so already. Nope. Nope. On that. Let's go. Let's go ahead. But yeah, how's everyone doing, though? Hope you guys are all doing pretty well. Nope. Not seeing a shiny over there. That's kind of a good thing. That's actually the reason I do like Masuda hatching eggs while I am doing outbreaks. Because in the water, it's actually better to walk around, off-screen everything, to respawn it, than it is to go make a picnic. Because it just takes less time. And right over here, I can just basically make this like figure 8 or just giant loop. And just check all my spawns. Nope. I honestly think it might be more beneficial if I just made a water sandwich. But then again, I'd be getting spawn interference. And I do like to remove as much spawn interference as possible when I am shiny hunting things. Sure, I think we're just gonna stick with our poison sandwiches. Nope. Alright, let's make another loop. Casseroya Lake. Alright, goodbye, Grief. Thank you very much for popping in. But yeah, there's a number of ways of actually dealing with Shedinja. There's a very large number of them. Granted, a large part of this is that I've actually used Shedinja a lot when it comes to things like draft leagues. So I'm more aware of Shedinja's limitations. Because, like, Shedinja can do okay in draft leagues. The only issue when it comes to draft leagues with Shedinja is your opponent knows a Shedinja is a potential bring, so they can more easily plan for it. Blueberry the Samurott. Carolina Reaper the Darmanitan. Nice. That was actually one of the things that my friend was going to nickname his Fuecoco, but he decided against it, and he said later, like, I regret not naming it Carolina Reaper, or whatever it was. Pineapple the Haxorus. Grape the Reaper is nice. Raspberry the size of a toad. Watermelon the Crocodile. Okay. Explain Watermelon the Crocodile. I feel like Pineapple would be more fitting of that. I would like to know the underlying logic. Leave me the frick alone, Gyarados. You're awesome, but get the frick out of my way. Depends on what the two support Pokemon are and what the overall team composition is, that dude. That's a much more team composition and specific Pokemon sort of question. That is the final of this one. Durian the Garbodor. No, Durian would be perfect for Ferrothorn, because that's literally what Ferrothorn's based on, is a Durian. I was like, I gotta say, I never really understood all the hate people heap on Garbodor, because it's just kind of like a fun Pokemon, and then it gets all these weird moves, and it's just a very, very weird stat lineup. Like, it is a somewhat fast, tanky Pokemon that is a poison type, who learns psychic moves, electric moves, fighting moves, and just all this weird, janky nonsense, and yet it doesn't learn Poison Jab. It makes no sense. But it's kind of what I like about it. Because I remember watching Chugga's Let's Play of Pokemon Black and White, where he used a Garbodor. And his Garbodor actually, like, put in work. And I was like, yeah, Garbodor's like, it isn't like the greatest thing in the world, but it is just kind of silly with what Garbodor is actually capable of doing. What? Attack. Okay, no, it's not shiny. I had to just check. We've only been doing this for 13 minutes on the sandwich? Really? Why are you not fighting it? I was gonna say, like, there's no way it's shiny. Like, no, it's not. Got a Pharisee. Nice. Because he's ground, which is kind of the opposite of water type watermelons. Ah, so it's an irony thing. Irony is delicious. I like it. Freaking Quillfish, sparkle already. Like, we are using a sandwich to boost your encounters, and we are using a sandwich to boost your shininess. Will you not just sparkle already? You stupid pink pufferfish. Like, why? Like, we are honestly probably going to phase on something before we find this thing. Battling Arven with Koraidon that we catch feels very wrong. Yeah, it does. Yeah, I don't disagree. Yeah, I don't disagree. Wait, was that it? I don't think that was it, but it also looked slightly off color. So let's go see. It's not it, probably. No, it is not. Heck off of Elusifish. Again, I am still impressed. They somehow made something even more infuriating than Sharpedo in this game. You battle him in the Ace Academy tournament. So like that, basically this game's version of the Champion Cup from Sword and Shield, he's one of the people you can battle. Which I do like. I'm a big fan of the ability to sort of rematch these trainers again. And they did a decent job of it. I like it. Yeah, it's like there's definitely not as many difficult fights in this game, but I kind of don't mind that. I mean, you guys know I love my difficulty stuff. Yeah, the Academy Ace tournament. Team is Goldengo, Iron Moth, Low Kicks, Amoonguss, Talonflame, and Annihilate. What is Iron Moth doing? What is Iron Moth's function on the team? We sort of diverge from a bit. I would like to see a Ghost type Lotion or maybe Dark Missile. Ooh, that would be fun. I have a feeling eventually we are gonna get all the Hisuian forms of the starters. Dark Venusaur would be interesting. That would be curious. I do want, because Infernoman's kind of won me over with his thinking it will be something like Decidueye. Ghost Typhlosion. Yeah, Hisuian version, yeah. Yeah, no battle tower, so if that is in the DLC, basically swaps the version with tower tournaments. I don't think we're gonna get a battle facility in this game. That been clean targets for low HP. Okay. Yeah, I don't think we're actually gonna get a battle facility in Scarlet and Violet. The main reason for that is the battle facilities are where you get things like bottle caps, you get things like the nature mint. That's where you got them back in Sword and Shield. And in this, you can literally just buy those. You can buy the nature mints. You can buy ability capsules. You can't buy ability patches. They might have that in the DLC. But it's essentially the battle facilities were always a place where you can get the items for competitive, and it was kind of almost like a competitive practice arena. But since now all the competitive items are just obtainable within regular stores for just regular money, I don't think we're actually going to end up getting a battle facility. Because that was where you got things like the scope lens, assault vest, life orb, extra life orb, and, you know, just the other things like that. So, them making them purchasable with regular money seems a little suspect to me, insofar as, are we really going to get another battle facility? Because, again, the function of the battle facility was primarily a means of obtaining those competitive items. But with it being now just accessible to get everything through regular stores with just regular money, that function has almost become a little redundant. So it's an interesting thing. Honestly, no reason kept Reuniclus because the best Blacklist Runic get. I mean, Reuniclus is just amazing. If you can get a Magic Guard Reuniclus and you grind the battle subway in black and white for a life orb, it's so good. Because if you have Magic Guard, you take no life orb recoil damage. And you still gain the benefit of the boosted damage. It's so good. I love it. But also, guys, again, please don't forget to leave a like and subscribe if you haven't done so already. You guys are the ones that keep everything here running and rolling very, very smoothly. That's freaking... I just want my shiny. I don't think we'll get one maybe on this sandwich. We'll make one on the next one, though. Yes, well, yeah. Like, Magic Guard on Life Orb or Reuniclus for a main story playthrough team is so good. It hits so hard. It does... It takes not much damage because, like, Reuniclus is like a solidly bulky Pokemon. It's terrifying. I love it. Yeah, I've used Reuniclus on a couple of VGC teams, but most of those were Reuniclus on a team where I had, what was it? Where I had, it was either like leftovers or it had recover, just to get a little bit of residual healing, in addition to just being able to be immune to like Sandstorm and things like that. But with Excadrill kind of gone from the game, for the time being at least, I'm not seeing as much of a pull from my normal Sand team. Life Orb, well, I'm worried about the battle so much, just give her Carolina Reaper. Yeah, that's a fair point. Yeah, I mean, the main draw for using Life Orb on Reuniclus is that it is a bulky thing that deals a lot of damage. And does not take any... Do wish the characters that have themes play their themes instead. I agree with that, Pixel, but I kind of understand why they don't have those, because, you know, you're in the tournament, and it's kind of just probably easier to program that in, to have it just feed off of, okay, we just play regular tournament theme. Aracuda. Yeah, Aracuda, I think, is going to be a bit easy to identify when it's a shiny, if we are, like, dedicatedly looking for it. Because if I ever get an if I ever do get an outbreak of Aracuda, I am probably going to hit that one aggressively. Because Barraskewda is one I'm not looking forward to particularly much. Because we had a Barraskewda outbreak, but it was a Barraskewda outbreak where there was, like, 4 spawns, like, per pass through, and it would just take forever to hunt there. So I decided we're not going to do that. And opted to just hunt elsewhere. Just hunt for... No, not 60. 50? Yeah, I'll sort out the good IVs from the bad later. Come on! Matt, send me the luck to find your favorite Pokemon. I just want a shiny Qwilfish. I just want Qwilfish to sparkle for me. I mean, again, if I phase on something, I wouldn't mind. I'm always happy with phases. Oh, you're right, you can get the electric over here. But yeah, Tynamo is one of those that I'm going to be Masuda hunting. Because I just do not trust... the other way I could get them is I could do the KO method of just sending out my thing to fight, my Pokemon to fight them in an outbreak. And every time we just beat the outbreak, we just turn the game off and turn it back on again. And then just use that. And not run sandwiches. But I also kind of am not as feeling that one as much. Mostly because I'm not as fond of the water hunts. I give a Dragon Dance, but didn't need it Moxie after all. Yeah, oh, Moxie was fun. No, gym leaders are not in the tournament. Yeah, Moxie is one of my favorite abilities, competitively speaking. You guys may not remember. You guys, this was probably like before some of you guys came in, but back in Sword and Shield, I had a Moxie Gyarados that I would use as my Dynamax, and it was Moxie Gyarados with Max. It was basically my Dynamax play for Max Airstream Moxie, and it was basically a damaging Dragon Dance, and I really, really loved that. But also, I don't miss Dynamaxing. And I used Belly Drum with Carolina Reaper and give it the bear that healed it, so it was Whiffled and Swept. Yikes. I have to rematch them. I think that you rematch them in the post game. Like, I know you have to do a forced rematch of all of them before you unlock the Ace Academy tournament. But I don't know if other than, like, the forced one to unlock the Ace Academy tournament, there is another way to rematch them. I mean, there could be. I haven't checked. But I mean, you never know. You never know. Freaking Buffet. Get on my way. Yeah, I have a feeling that we're gonna go on to like maybe 2 or 3 sandwiches for this hunt. Because that was about what it took when we were hunting Veluza. Was I think like the 2nd or 3rd sandwich? I have a rule that I can't use post-interact items. They need to make a Pokemon tournament. Yeah, I would love the Pokemon World Tournament to come back. But the thing is, after how blasted and like how poorly sold Generation 2 and Generation 5 sold in general, yeah, I'm not really sure we'll get another one of those for a while. Just don't see past characters enough in recent games. I mean, I think that's also by design. You know, they kind of want you to focus more on like the new stuff rather than just like always be seeing the old stuff all over again, which I can kind of agree with. For the most part of the playthrough, I had 7 months. Archeops was on and off. I enjoy Archeops. It's a fun Pokemon. It just goes in and just hits things. It is one of the few just pure aggro Pokemon that is just super fun to use. It just hits things. It just hits things and they go away. Yes, 2 more boxes of eggs for Froakie. And then we will move on to the Charmander eggs. Finneon the Million. I kind of forgot you were in the game. I'll need to note that down in the little thing. Finn is Zen. Palafin. One random I had a huge power Archeops. Oh, that sounds fine. That honestly sounds like such a fun time. Almost like slacking with huge power. Though I think that Archeops with huge power would just be better because it has a better typing. Because it actually gets super effective same attack bonus. That's kind of scary. But also, yes. Very yes. Alright. Hello, annoying Beluzifish. You're doing very annoying Beluzifish things. I wonder, is Quillfish like a nighttime exclusive spawn or something? Because we're barely getting any of them. We're barely finding anything. Any Quillfish, despite this being a poison boost sandwich. That's weird. Huh. I don't think it's a night exclusive spawn. You put Archeops with no item, acrobatics, dragon dance. I need to explain. No, you don't need to explain. I understand how degenerate and terrifying that would be, and I love every second of it. But yeah, I mean, that's also part of the reason I don't really use randomizers, is when you use randomizers, you kind of get to experience like, stuff that just doesn't really exist and kind of makes you want things that don't have any, like, realistic chance of ever happening exist in the main games. It's kind of like I don't really do them that often. Or ROM hacks is, like, the same thing. Because it's one of those things where I've seen so many people who, like, avidly play ROM hacks. It ends up just destroying their ability to enjoy the actual games. Because they're so used to playing things that are, you know, like, absolute pure wish fulfillment, that when it comes to, like, the mainline games, oh, that's why I enjoy this thing, because this thing is better, and this thing is better, and I'm used to, like, these things all being, you know, good. And they kind of can't really make that readjustment of going back. Which is one of the reasons why I just don't really do ROM hacks. Because, like, that wish fulfillment thing is a hard thing to break. Brokey. Beluza's mold breaker. It breaks the mold. Stop being annoying, fish, Beluza fish. Where's the auto fire controller for grind money in the tournament? I wish I... Yeah, that's a turbo controller. I've wished periodically I could do that, but the other... Fuck off, Veluza. But the thing about that is, I always worry about if I had an auto controller, if I had a turbo controller just running all throughout the night, like, my Switch just overheating. Which is just kind of like this perpetual worry I have in the back of my skull. And, I mean, I get why people do it, but also, you generally get a lot of money from doing terror raids, because you accumulate a lot of things like nuggets, star pieces, and stardust without really ever realizing it. And then you can just go and sell those for a solid amount of money. Plus, I just don't really do the Academy Ace tournament because the odds of me actually getting things I want, you know, the apricorn balls, is ridiculously low. But, I mean, sometimes I occasionally do the Academy Ace tournament. Like, I'm just so often, if I'm just waiting for my in-game data rollover so I can, you know, just check the next auction and just earn a little bit of side money. But I will rarely do it because it just isn't realistically worth doing. I mean, the rewards you get for the Academy Ace tournament are much, much better than what the rewards were for the, like, the tournament back in Sword and Shield. They were much, much, much better. But it's still not saying that much in the end. Like, how many others think Gita's team suck? Oh, I agree. Gita's team is terrible. Ghost Goggle and Marbolova. Yeah, well, I don't think they would give her back Excalibur. Because, like, we already have one. We already had a Hassel, whose ace is the back Excalibur. But yeah, her team is very, very not good. Her team is... that is a very, very bad team. Okay, Sandwich ran out. Okay, so that will be 60. Nothing good from those. Now just climb back up. We do a little climbing. Bro, Larry better than Kita using normal level flying types. Yeah! Larry was better. Uh-oh. Yeah, Echo is... my friend Echo's trying to actually prepare a black and white 2 battle subway team, and he's just finding out now that, yeah, you don't actually get the power items for free in that game. You don't get all of them. And of course, it's the opposite. Yeah, I guess the opposite ones. Yeah, that makes sense, but also kind of annoying. Okay, let's try this again. Good hassle, like, or something. I mean, Komodo isn't in the game. Yeah, Komodo is not present in the game. Tomato. Onion. 2, 3. And a burger. Bitter Herba Mystica. Silver pick. Seems the champion likes something special. What's that used to like? I mean, every champion pretty much used Pseudo Legend. I'm kind of glad they don't just give champions just default Pseudo Legendaries anymore. I mean, they still have done that a while. I mean, we had, what was his name? Leon had, Dragapult, but his Dragapult kind of sucked. Steve had Metagross. Lance had Dragonite. Yeah, he had Dragonite. Blue, technically, in Fire Red Leaf Green, had Tyranitar when you rematched him. Getsis is functionally the champion of Black and White. He has a Hydreigon, and Iris also has a Hydreigon. What's her name? Diantha, she had a Goodra, but Goodra's kind of not great. I don't think... Yeah, no one had a pseudo-legendary in Sun and Moon, Ultra and Moon. Leon had one. A lot of the champions have them. Give him Salazar. The thing is, Jays, this is actually something I'm actually working on a video for right now. Just because something is rated highly in competitive does not mean it's actually good in a story playthrough battle. What makes Salazar in Ubers is people using it in conjunction with other things. You know, to basically set up various defensive things. Salazar on its own in a story battle is kind of not great. Because you gotta remember, when it comes to competitive, there's a lot of what I call intangibles. These are factors that only apply in competitive and just do not apply in the main story battles. Wait, why do you say the Hisuian Quillfish is going to be the best troll? Salazar isn't great. I mean, the thing that makes Salazar good is Shed Tail. And, you know, switching into certain things. You're basically switching out Regenerator. You made something else with it. You know, there's... Again, that's kind of those intangibles. Things that aren't really going to happen in the same way in the main story than they would in competitive. Very few times have we had a champion who uses a Pokemon that is good in competitive, and what made it good there is what that champion has on their team. This is actually something that I've been researching for a video, and it kind of happens all the time. Yeah, it's not that hard. They only have 2 Pokemon. Well, they have 1 Pokemon each. And it's a double battle. So you can actually beat them in 1 turn. In Emerald, it is a minimum of 2 turns because of the... because they have 4 Pokemon then. Quillfish, Cloyster, Gengar, and Swampert. Yeah, Water type just kind of destroy them. Because Surf. Because back in Gen 3, Surf didn't hit your ally. So you would just do like just double Surf and just destroy them. Yeah, good old Gen 3 Surf. Didn't damage your allies in doubles. That was way too overpowered. Yes, they did Pixel. Pixel, it's a very, very good thing you're asking about that. Because I did an entire series on that. Highly recommend a ! Playlist. Go down to the difficulty analysis series. I think you will enjoy that. Yeah, we cover, like, the exact spreads they have, like, every single specification those teams were given. Use Explosion on Quillfish, which killed Natu and Cloyster. Oh, Claydol. That's Claydol. Yeah, Claydol is the final form. You think of Balthor's evolution, but Balthor's evolution is Claydol. So you actually got the name right. Amazingly. Not seeing the Qwilfish. But yeah, why do you say... But Omar, why did you say Hisuian Qwilfish is going to be the best troll? I don't really understand it. Then Gengar immune closes explosion with the sun and the moon came in. Ah. Well, I mean, explosion wouldn't really do all that much against either of them because they're rock types. Wait, what? That was dumb. Okay, then. So that's how that works. Not sure I'm a fan of that. We survived, and it was Swampert Gengar, and Swampert Gengar, and then Gengar then exploded, and Swampert was the only one left. Oh yeah, right, because back in Generation 3, Explosion cut everything's defense in half when they're hit by it. Both died after the second one. Yeah, I feel like Surf would just have been better in that case. Because Surf would have still smacked both for super effective damage. Because that's what I thought you were going with. When you said, like, yeah, you had 3 water types and a Gengar. Because back then, Surf didn't hit your ally. Claydol. I actually kind of like Claydol. It's just, it's kind of a weird stat spread. Like, it's defensive-ish, but also kind of fast relative to its bulk line. It's very weird. That's kind of one of the things I like about it, is that it's just a very, very weird thing in terms of the way it's set up. But weird setup doesn't exactly mean good. Nope, nothing over here. Yeah, we have Encounter Power level 3. So why are we seeing barely any Qwilfish? Very, very weird. I did use Surf. Gengar Stout's bad. Oh, okay. Yeah, I thought your whole thing would just Surf spam. That's what I honestly thought your whole plan was just going to be. God, the days of no special Shadow Ball on Gengar. The bad old days of before the physical special split happened. I was actually talking about, like, the older games with some of the people in the Elite Battle League Discord. I basically can never go back and play Generation 3 or prior games. I just can't. The lack of a physical special split is just too big of a thing for me. Because, I mean, the other part of this is not just on the physical special split, but also that back in Gen 3, moves were kinda garbage. Or they were absolutely amazing. There was basically no in-between. It didn't... How did it hurt Snorlax? Why would you say it hurt Snorlax? Is there a spam with 2 waters or a Pokemon battle? Kind of. Like, people have done things that... I prefer Storm Drain, actually, not Water Absorb. Because Hyper Beam and Shadow Ball became special attacks. Yeah, but it also always had Crunch, and they added Giga Impact. Which, Giga Impact is just a physical clone of Hyper Beam, and Crunch is also a clone of Shadow Ball. They have the exact same base power and actually the exact same chance of activating. There was only pretty much one Pokemon that was hurt by the physical special split, and that was actually Banette. Because Shadow Ball is a little more powerful than Shadow Claw. But it got Shadow Sneak. So, like, trade-offs. Yeah, Giga Impact is just a physical clone of Hyper Beam. They are the exact same move. So it really didn't even hurt anything, because Ghost and Darklight have almost identical offensive profiles. Yeah, very few things were ever negatively affected by the physical special split. it actually did nothing but benefit Pokemon in the long term. Which I like. Because, like, again, games moving forward is good. Okay, that that Finizen looked a lot darker for a second, and I thought it was shiny, but no, it was just the Finizen doing stupid Finizen-y things. I'm not seeing a shiny. That freaking Ice-Skew I thought was a shiny Qwilfish. And it really annoyed me. I really would have loved a shiny, another shiny raspberry flavored Ice-Skew. Not seeing anything around. Wait. No, it's not. Okay. Freaking. Why is the Qwilfish hunt taking so long? I have no idea why this hunt in particular is deciding to be a shoe. When I have Finizen, it freaking looked shiny when it does a little flip on its stomach. Someone have this fool. Yeah, that's one of the reasons why I am not a big fan of the water type hunts. Well, I mean, not really the water type hunts, but like the hunts in water. Because it's easy to get thrown off, especially when they just go underwater and you just can't see them anymore. Kind of annoying. Yeah, I mean, again, I get why they did it, because after the way that people just broke the hell out of Legends Arceus' shiny hunting by just looking for the sparkles and audio cue, they kind of overcorrected. Is the best Pokemon to catch the clone Koraidon Cerulege? Why do you think Cerulege? Koraidon. Oh, right, Koraidon's the fighting one. It isn't cloned. It's just another one from the future. Remember, in context of the games, Koraidon and Miraidon, there's a whole bunch of them in the future. There's a whole... In the future, like, they're common Pokemon, essentially. So yeah, there's just a whole bunch of them in the future. Like the Ultra Beasts, actually. But for Alligator, my favorite Pokemon hasn't been in the Switch game and most likely won't be in the future. Yeah, for Alligator's in BDSP. Yeah, you can get it in Red Diamond Shining Pearl. Yeah, remember, BDSP has everything Generation 4 and earlier. Yeah, BDSP has everything from Bulbasaur to Arceus. You find it in the Grand Underground. H is kind of rare. Yeah, BDSP is Gen 1 through 4. Yeah, I'm kind of glad they didn't add in everything in BDSP. Like, they didn't add in Gens 1 through 8. As in, like, you know, include Pokemon from every generation. I'm kind of glad for that. But they include a lot of the other things. Like, they include fairy typing. They included, like, the ability capsule. Yeah. A lot of people forget BDSP exists at times. Mostly because you had BDSP release. And then, what was it? Like, 1 or 2 months later, they released Legends. And, like, a few months after Legends came out, people just forgot about Legends because they got massively burnt out on it and just went back to Sword and Shield. Like, that I think, more than anything else, is probably my favorite thing about Legends, is simply the fact that for all, like, the game's bluster, for everything that game had going for it, in the end, it was forgotten about so quickly. Hey, Mr. Toast, how you doing? Hope you're doing well. Where the freak is this stupid freaking quailfish? I just want my shiny. Citizen. I just want it. I mean, the light, the lens flare is also really annoying. I do not get why they added that. I wish. Oh my god, that's so annoying. It just doesn't look good. The lens flaring. Like, yes, that is what it actually looks like when light is reflecting off of the water. It doesn't mean we need it in the game. It just looks really, really bad. I mean, not really bad. It just doesn't look pleasant. It's a nice detail. I just don't like it. Well, what do you mean is whack? I'm doing very well. I mean, I'm just struggling to get a stupid quailfish, because it wants to be a shoe. But yeah. Yeah, like, that's the thing, is they announced Scarlet Violet after Legends out, and people have just forgot about Legends. Like, that... I mean, Legends did a number of, like, good things for the game. It was a tech demo, really, for this game, so we could hammer out some of the issues. But yeah, Legends just kind of dropped off a cliff into nothing. A few months after, because Legends kind of illustrates one thing we as players don't always kind of want to admit. We enjoy battling. You know, for as much as we enjoy shiny hunting, for as much as we, you know, enjoy collecting Pokemon and filling out the decks, a game that is all filling out the Pokedex and catching Pokemon, that's Let's Go. Legends has far more in common with games like Let's Go Pikachu than it actually does with any of the other mainline games, as its primary focus is really just filling out the Pokedex. And when all is said and done, what else really is there to do? Because a lot of the side quests in the game are dealing with, oh, these fill out another deck slot in the Pokedex, or this helps you get more items that you can use to catch things. And when all of that is going into, like, catching stuff, it means everything in the end just circulates back to filling out the Pokedex. So you're doing side quests to fill out the Pokedex, to do side quests. Or you're doing side quests to get more materials to help you fill out the decks. So in the end, it all really just comes back into filling out the Pokedex, which, after a first-time run-through, leaves not as much to revisit it for. I miss when Generation games could... Generations games? What do you mean? What do you mean by Generations games? You couldn't battle, and you couldn't battle cross-generation. That's, I mean, those are still Generation 3 games. Those are Gen 3 games. Like, you can battle Sun and Moon, Ultra Sun and Moon. You can battle Heart Gold, Soul Silver with Diamond and Pearl. But you can also, I mean, you can also battle Oras and XY. Yeah, a lot of the other games haven't had that. Like, you couldn't battle Let's Go with the other games in Generation 6 because they were on different systems, and they were just completely different Pokemon that were a part of. The mechanics were just completely different. One game has no abilities, the other game has abilities. One game has no held items, the other game does have held items. You can't really do that. And BDSP was also developed by a completely different dev team, with also, again, some different mechanics. And there's just no battling function within Legends. There is no player versus player battle function. It's more a thing of there really haven't been that many games in every generation anymore. I mean, yes, we have BDSP and we have Generation 8's Sword and Shield, but because of the game mechanic differences, not having them be battle compatible makes sense. And Let's Go was never battle compatible because, again, for the same reason, just very different game mechanics. I think that's the announcement next year, release date. Yeah, I don't think we're going to get another game next year. I think that I think that Scarlet and Violet are going to be the last games, like the last mainline Pokemon games on the Switch. Yeah, the game is going to be the DLC, because the DLC is going to be coming out, likely announced, on Pokemon Day. It's what they did with Sword and Shield's DLC, and it's what they did with Legends, like mini DLC. And with Sword and Shield, they have the DLC, like, prolong the game's lifespan for the next 3 years. As well as, there's a lot of thinking that they are going to release the next game on the 30th anniversary year of the original games. Because why would they release Generation 10 on the year of the 29th anniversary when they can release it on the year of the 30th anniversary? You know, that's where a lot of, like, some of the thinking is going. Oh, other than two. Well, I mean, that would be more of a spin-off game. What you're meaning, I think, like spin-offs then. The electric. No, it's not shiny. Ah, you mean spin-offs. The game would get me to buy as like a MeMD's at the time. Yeah, I'm not really sure we're gonna get that. I love Mystery Dungeon Explorers of Sky. I love Time, Darkness, and Sky. I love Sky. I do not think we are gonna get a remake of that. One of the reasons for it just deals with the copyright of the games. Because the Mystery Dungeon games, they are a crossover with, you know, Mystery Dungeon. And there's some copyright stuff that has to be, like, you know, filed, dealt with, and agreement between both parties. They did do Mystery Dungeon DX, which does exist. But Mystery Dungeon DX, I don't think sold as well as they were hoping. You know, I liked it, but the Pokemon Mystery Dungeon game that really got people was Explorers of Time and Darkness. I think if they'd done that rather than DX, there would have been a very big difference in terms of reception. But instead, the reception was kind of chilly on that game, because, yo, it's neat, but we kind of really like Time and Darkness and Sky a lot more. Gotta play Explorers soon, I have. It's a great game. Like, there's a reason why it was, like, hands down one of the best storylines, like stories of any of the Pokemon games. It's a great game. You will not regret playing it. I really wouldn't want a 3D version of Explorers of Time and Darkness. Wait. No, this is 75. I wouldn't really want that, because no, this would be 80. That'd be 80. Because I enjoyed Mystery Dungeon Explorer. I enjoyed Red DX. But the issue with DX I have is I can feel the lag in controls. That because the game is a lot more graphically intensive, it can't load things as quickly. So your movement is a little bit slower, your traversing of floors is a little bit slower, and I really liked how smooth and how seamless moving around dungeons felt back in Mystery Dungeon Explorers of Time and Darkness and Sky. Because the same actually happened with Red and Blue Rescue Team, where the control and the movement was very, very smooth. But when you take that to a 3D thing, where there's a lot more intensive rendering, you can't have the movement be as smooth and as fluid. And it feels slower, because it is slow, because it's rendering more. And that's why I really wouldn't want it, because the game wouldn't feel the same way. It would be weird, though, having, like, a DS game on the Switch, though, because this is something that we encountered with Brilliant Diamond Shining Pearl. Making a game that was designed to function on a touchscreen and a regular screen, porting that to a single screen console doesn't really work as well as you'd like it to. It leads to some like clunky and cumbersome design choices. You know, it's why the poke etch in BDSP just like was plopped up in the corner, and it looked really, really bad. Because you kind of have to just do that with it, or you just make it a separate menu option, like they had with, like they had the original PokeNav be back in the Hoenn games. The issue with that is they also make all of the Switch games be playable handheld and playable docked. You wouldn't really be able to have that with, you know, another version of Switch that has a touchscreen on there, which is a little bit of an issue. You know, it's why, as much as I love Fossil Fighters, I don't think we'll ever get a Fossil Fighters re-release on, you know, the Switch, because you need the touchscreen for that. And you'd have to make some sort of extra peripheral for it. Which would also mean you can't always play docked. You can't always play handheld. Which would mean there would be like very, very large systemic differences in the games. And at that point, we're actually changing these games that we really like and, you know, mechanics about these games we like to such a point where they're not really the same game anymore. So it's like, you know, it's a very difficult thing to really sort of wrap our heads around, but they can't really just port things over in the same way. They have to make them conform to certain specifications. You know, they have to be playable both handheld and docked. That's why you can use the joystick and the Joy-Cons to move the little pickaxe and hammer thing in BDSP's Grand Underground. But when you're playing in handheld mode, you can just use a touchscreen. They had to map those onto different ways. Alright, let's see. The freaking snow is super annoying. Like, I mean, the good thing is it doesn't damage them in battle, so if we find the shiny, it's not going to be too problematic. It just really makes it harder to spot things. Alright. Let's go again. Make no loot. Boxes. Yeah, nothing too good. This, I think, is our last box. Yeah, last box is right on that one. Last box. So 30 more Froakie eggs. Okay. Then we can start working on knocking out our Charmander eggs. Because I would prefer to get rid of the Charmander eggs. Alright. No. Rain. I get why the rain is present. You need it for like when Goodra to get Goodra to evolve. But it is a minor annoyance. Back into the snow. Of course. Of frickin' course. I don't know why. I'm just not seeing a whole lot of Quillfish. This is... like, they're over here for some reason. I don't know if these are separate from the outbreak or if this, like, is part of the outbreak. This has to be part of the outbreak. I was lost in the tournament. Level 100 Koraidon. Still loses to Penny. What is your Koraidon using? Are you just, like, mashing into the entire thing? Haven't touched this series since 2012. What do you think? Okay. What game? What game? But, like, I mean, I'm generally not, like, the biggest one for fan games. But... So, what your Koraidon is... Just matching Terra Chords and Chords. Yeah. Yeah, that makes sense, because they are Sylveon. That could probably, like, body the hit from it. Yeah, the one Pokemon that I know people use to brute force through the Academy Ace tournament is actually Sylveon. Because when it comes to Koraidon, and welcome like just dragon types and stuff in general, you can't use fire types because Penny's Flareon hard stops fire types because of Flash Fire. You can't use electric types because of Volt Absorb. You can't use water types because of Water Absorb. So, and like there's a number of like steel, like the steel type options are not great. They have a lot of weaknesses. But yeah, the one that people use for that is actually, they use Hyper Voice Pixelate Sylveon with a very, very specific stat spread. Almost won, but didn't heal because didn't think she would have to. Right! She has Quake Attack on. I forgot about that. Yeah, need that. Yeah. I mean, the funny thing is, actually is a Discord, J Games. Wait, are you in the Fossil Fighters Discord server? Because there is just like an entire Discord server of like Fossil Fighters. I honestly hate the Beard Crimson. I actually despise it. I'm shaving this whole thing off later. I despise it. I don't like the way it feels. What are you doing, Crimson? Hope you're doing well. Also, one of the mods, if you guys are here, please don't forget to drop Crimson's link, please. But how are you doing, Crimson? Hope you're doing well. This freaking shiny is becoming more shoe-like by the passing day. No good defenses. If a Cellgore was in the game and I could do the guard split shenanigans, I would probably keep that. Okay, yeah, you are in there. Okay. I remember there's a number of people that have been working on like a Fossil Fighters fan game in that server. Can't because it means something. Ah. Crimson having snack. What is this freaking Quillfish being so annoying? Okay, bye, Jace. Thank you very much for doing that, Omar. Thank you very much for doing that. God, like, why is this freaking Quillfish being a shoe? And now the sandwich runs out. Now, okay. This is weird. Like, for a second, I thought that, freaking Bergman, that's what his name was. I thought that was a shiny Finizen for a second. Yeah, you can't set up a picnic. Yeah, no, you can't set up a picnic here. You set up on one of these islands. No, okay. Well, I have to go check the auctions anyway, so that's fine. Man, whenever Terra Shards are so painful, 6 shards drop like 10. Yeah, I agree with that. It's very, very annoying that the Terra Shards don't drop that often. They don't have. I don't like the Beard Crimson. Like I just don't like the way it feels. I prefer my face cleanly shaven. Plus, like, I just prefer the cleanly shaven look of the face. I just prefer that. Alright, let's go to the auction house. I really hope that there's some good auctions here. I'm kind of surprised. With all of the times I have set up a picnic out here to collect eggs for Greninja and Froakie, and I mean, because this is where I set up picnics for everything. I'm surprised I have not run into, like, a shiny Grimer family with how many times I've just set up things here. I just really hope that I get my freaking Quillfish. Because, like, I don't really mind that the Froakie's taking a while. Because it's Froakie. You know, Froakie's being a shoe, and I despise Froakie, so it's fine. Need to make better terror rate system for the random ones. Just from the random ones on the post. I mean, the issue with the terror raids is... What do you mean, why does refreshing take so long? You mean like refreshing your game? Or like the web page? Because if it's like a web page thing, that's probably down to internet reasons. That's probably down to internet reasons. Oh, I forgot to actually lock my chair back. There we go. Yeah, for those who don't know, I prefer to lock my chair when I'm live for reasons. Okay, that's it. Please tell me there's something good in here. Pomeg Luxuries. How many is this? 17. No. Not worth it. There we go. Egg is hatching. This will be 95. Checking for a new post thing. What do you mean new post thing? Oh, refreshing the terror raid things. Okay. Yeah, that takes a while, and I'm not a fan of that. It's... I don't know why it is. They have some of the things in the game take longer than it feels necessary. But I presume a lot of it is mostly down to, in this game, there is one big thing you gotta remember. Everything is being done while the overworld is still being rendered. You know, if it is in the direction, like, the direction the camera is facing, everything, even if it is behind this rock wall, is being rendered. So that means if I sweep this way, it is rendering everything from where I am standing to, like, a little bit beyond where, like, the arc of vision is. All the way to the end of the place, all of that is being rendered. That is part of why it takes so long for things to get done, is it is just rendering everything. So it's dealing with all of that, and, like, again, you get stuff like that. Which is one of the reasons why I'm not the biggest fan of a game like Legends, where Legends was able to handle this, because Legends is a very compartmentalized game. Every single area of Legends was its own, like, self-contained little thing, so you could just load between those areas. You need loading zones. But when you take out those loading zones and you force the entire game to be rendered like that, you run into issues like this. So go inside a house, that'll be good. I don't know about that. Because I don't think you could even go inside of houses in this game. It may be faster if you're inside of, like, Area 0 or something. But, yeah, I haven't really found anything that speeds up refreshing the game. I have never really found anything for that. Okay, so what's the closest I can get to the outbreak? So where's the closest I can get for the sandwich? This should be pretty close. Yeah, this should be close enough to the outbreak. There we go. Maybe gym station or something. Maybe. The reason why is the way Breath of the Wild was made. We have to remember, Breath of the Wild was made by a very different development team than the Pokemon development team, and had a purpose-built game engine. The game engine is really what is kind of making the difference. Because this game essentially runs a modified version of Legends engine, which a modified version of Sword and Shield's engine is what Legends was made with. So essentially, this is a modified version of a modified version of Sword and Shield's engine. Whereas Breath of the Wild had a purpose-built from the ground up custom engine for it, so that it could handle what was necessary. That is a bit of the issue that, you know, this game runs into, is you're pushing a game engine far past what it was ever realistically meant to handle. I mean, the fact that it's able to run as well as it does is extremely impressive. But that is what is responsible for a number of the issues, like the graphical issues we encounter and a lot of the slowdown, is the engine just isn't built to handle it. And it isn't as simple as just porting in Breath of the Wild's engine into this game, because there's a lot of specifics about Breath of the Wild's engine that need to be taken into account for allowing Breath of the Wild to be Breath of the Wild, and a lot of those do not really get brought over into a Pokemon game. You know, you need to have things for, like, the weapons, the runes, you know, jumping, paragliding, whereas with these games, there's not as much of that going on. You know, you don't really have that kind of... You have, like, the gliding from your Pokemon, but your decline rate is also very different. The flight pattern is very, very different. It isn't really the same kind of cut and dry way that you could just import it in and use it there. That's one of the reasons why a lot of games like have sequels, is you can largely reuse many of the same mechanics and many of the same systems and use the same base. And that's likely what they were doing with this game, which is why my expectation is when we get the Generation 10 game, because my expectation is the Generation 10 game is going to be on the Switch's successor console. That is going to be, from top to bottom, a whole new game engine that will be custom designed for open world gameplay. So basically, it'll be like what Breath of the Wild was, designed specifically for that purpose, rather than essentially repurposing an existing system. Which is also likely the reason we didn't get a new game engine for this game, because they'd have to build an entire new game engine for this game. Then, when the Switch successor comes out, need to rebuild an entirely new game engine again, with no real way of absorbing those costs. You know, that's the thing that we always got to keep in mind. We got to keep that cold, calculating business mindset in the back of our skulls about, they could, you know, make an entirely new game engine for all this game, and run absolutely everything smoothly, everything perfectly. The issue is, the amount of money that would cost is almost insane. And it would just simply not be a cost-effective game to do. Which is likely the reason why it just wasn't done. Yeah, there's a whole bunch of things that really go into it, and we could honestly spend like hours just talking about it, but it is fascinating to just think about. But that's why I'm expecting when we get Generation 10, it's going to be much more streamlined, because it will be purpose-built really for that purpose of being open world from the start, rather than being a bit of a hasty retooling of it. Because I don't know if you ever noticed this back in Legends. Whenever you get into a battle with Legends, the way it loads up the battle UI is that little cutscene plays of the Pokemon walking into the center of the screen. That is so the game can transition over to the battle UI. But it's more noticeable in this game because they don't have that, like, wander up in. So, like, Legends was fantastic at disguising the vast majority of its technical flaws. It was able to hide many of its limitations through just its art style, to hide, like, the not right resolution of things. It couldn't hide everything, but it did a damn good job of hiding a lot of its limitations. But with a game like this, which is a much larger scale game, you can't really hide those limitations as well as you could hide them before. And it then starts showing. I mean, the other part is that when new games come out, especially like very, very revolutionary games, we tend to overlook many of those games' flaws and focus more on, like, the positives and what they did extremely well, because we don't really like to badmouth things that deliver things we wanted for a long time. So it kind of plays into our selective bias and selective memories. it is a fascinating thing when it comes to, like, gaming and, like, the perception of gaming things. Nope, no perfect IVs. But yeah, there's a number of things that kind of go into it. The freaking Bergmite, they always throw me off. I keep thinking they're shiny freaking Quillfish. But they're not. They're just Bergmite. And we already have the Bergmite family shiny. But I guess this is, like, the RNG biting me in the butt for that amazing luck I had with the Igglybuff. So, game is getting its revenge on me in some way, I guess. But, we'll do a little hunting. We do some hunting. Oh, that was just the electric face. Okay. Watch me find a freaking full-out shiny. Gen 5 will have a remake work. I don't think we're gonna get Black 2 White 2. I think if they do remake Gen 5, it will just be black and white. Because they've never remade the secondary version. They have at times included possibly elements of them. You know, like in Heart Gold and Soul Silver, they included elements of Crystal. And in Oras, they did include a couple of elements of Emerald. But for the most part, they are just the base game. You know, I mean, also worth remembering, BDSP was not made by Game Freak. You know, it was made by a separate company. They basically leased out the development to a different company while, you know, Game Freak's A-team was working on Legends. Likely, I think, because they are planning on expanding the Game Freak's Pokemon game development team to encompass more people, and they use that as like a little bit of a warm-up. It feels different here because the full-on sequel. Yeah, that is the only real major difference. You know, Black 2 and White 2 were deliberate designated sequels. But that's why I don't think we are going to get Black 2 and White 2 as the remakes. Because, really, the existence of Black 2 and White 2 hinges on the existence of Black and White. And why would they make a game when, like, the prior version of it is not also released? You know, it's weird. Like, this is, like, absurd pipe dream idea, which I doubt. That this is, like, pipe dream idea beyond all bounds of reality and practicality. Is they remake Black and White, and then they either add in, like, a viable DLC expansion, or they add, like, a free DLC expansion that includes elements of Black 2, White 2, but I don't think that's remotely realistic. You know, that's, like, the most absurd of pipe dreams. You know, it would be great if it happens, but I don't see it realistically happening. In order of what I believe is most believe, the order in which I think things are most realistically to occur, number one is we just get Black and White remakes. Number two is we get Black 2, White 2 remakes. Then a very distant third is we get both remakes as separate games. Then a further distant fourth is we get Black and White remakes, but they add in a Black 2, White 2 sort of expansion that includes elements of Black 2, White 2. I don't think it's too realistic for us to get, like... I think it's more realistic we get both games than we get a heavily modified story for Black and White to sort of cram Black 2, White 2 into it. That's at least is my take. At least if it doesn't get a remake, that's when you're close to XY. Just see, I'm the opposite. I don't want XY remakes. I am the very opposite of that. Because I mean, many of you guys know I'm not really a big fan of X and Y. I like story, and X and Y didn't really have that much of a story, and that really does take me out of the experience for a lot of things. You know, it's why I love Black and White so much. It's like, I love the story. Because, you know, favorites and, like, like certain Pokemon or, you know, first-time experiences, those will come and go with alarming frequency. But the quality of the game's content itself will never change. And, you know, if a game has, like, you know, not really a whole lot of, like, a lot that is right there to begin with, then later on it will still not really have a whole lot there. So, you know, it's you're never going to be able to get away from, like, the lack of things in it. That's one of the reasons why I'm not the biggest Kanto fan, is I do like a bit of an expansive story. I do like a lot of stuff to do in post-game. And they don't really have that much to do in those. But I mean, I get for some people that is part of the appeal. They don't really like a huge expansive post-game. I think one of the DLCs would be the area and/or we're not talking about we're not talking about this DLC. We're talking about, like, Black and White and, like, potential possibilities for that. But I agree with you on that. I do. It was my first game, so special place for me. I still have the first and only ever Master Ball wasted Pokemon at home at the moment. We've all been there. I remember I wasted my Master Ball on a seal. Just, I don't even know why. I think it might have just misclicked. Or maybe it was my brother screwing with me. I don't remember, actually. But yeah, these days, I just never use the Master Ball. The only times I ever used a Master Ball was for roaming legendaries, when I just could not be bothered to hunt them down. Like, I would only use them for roamers, and with the removal of roaming legendaries, I just never feel the need to use them again. Which I'm okay with. Like, I'm glad they removed roaming legendaries. You know, it was a neat idea, but in practice, they're just not fun. Like, I still say X and Y's roaming legendary was the most egregious of all of them. The fact that you need to encounter the Moltres, Zapdos, or Articuno 11 times, then it will show up in the Sea Spirit's Den, where you can then catch it. I think that's a little stupid. You know, because before, okay, it's Master Ball. Because I know that before, well, yeah, now you don't need to use, like, you don't need to use a Mean Look or a Shadow Tag thing to get it. Yes, that is true. But you could also just instant Master Ball it, without need to go through all that BS. Which I would always do. Yeah, that's like the one huge black eye of Platinum. Was, it had, I think, like, it had 5 roaming legendaries, now that I think about it. Because it had all the Kanto birds, it had Cresselia, and then it had Mesprit. It had 5 freaking roamers. And you can't even arena trap. And you can only arena trap... You can arena trap none of them! You can't arena trap any of the roamers in Platinum. Because they're all flying type, or they're all levitate. You have to use Mean Look, or you have to use Shadow Tag. Hey Gayla, how you doing? And I'm pretty sure, like, the birds had, like, Whirlwind or something. I think. Anyways. I can't remember. How's everyone doing today? Hope everyone is doing well. Froakie, croaky, it's a Froakie. Okay, why is... I have no idea why this hunt for this quillfish is taking so long. I don't get it. This quillfish just does not want to sparkle. This quillfish just does not want to sparkle. I'm doing okay, question mark, because of this freaking quillfish. We're on, what, our third sandwich at this point? No, we're finishing up our second sandwich. No, this is our third sandwich. We are halfway through our third sandwich. And we have not found a shiny quillfish yet. Yeah, it's been an hour and 45 minutes. Yeah, we are halfway through our third sandwich on this point, and it's just not appearing for us. This thing is a shoe. Stupid fish. And the worst part is we haven't been phased on anything else. But yeah, it's gonna be not fun. Not a fun shoe of a fish. But the one good thing about this is that when it comes to this, we are going to be hatching a whole bunch of eggs. So I can clear out my egg inventory. Yeah, that's all of them. Still no perfect IVs yet. Yeah, this is going to be all of our Froakie eggs. Most I went to make a save state for an emulator, but loaded. Oh, I have made that mistake when doing Nuzlocke with randomizers. That is a big rip right there. I accidentally love it. I've done that before. It's one of the reasons why I disable background inputs when it comes to when I do randomizers. Because I've made that mistake before and I don't want to make it again. Alright, let's go away. Let's deload everything. And then let's swing back in. Alright. Freaking lens flare is absolutely grating. Make for MM. The MM is Mario Maker? Is that Mario Maker? I have never played an N64, so I know nothing about like any of the games. I know it's not Mario Sunshine. I know it's not Mario Kart. It's obviously a different acronym. Mario. It's got to be Mario something. Mrs. Oh my gosh, it is Mrs. Pop. Oh, Majora's Mask. I completely forgot that existed. Let's go crash. Yeah, let's go crash. Or nice punch. I'm just making notes. So basically, for the emulator. So making a restore point. I think that's what they were called back on the Wii U or something like that. Let's punch so. Did the math myself to bring Pokemon to use max bottle cap. Nature's Pokemon raised tournament. Yeah, but the thing is, you get a crap ton of bottle caps from Terra raids. So you don't really need to do... You don't really need to do that. Okay, that's not shiny. Yeah, cause I get bottle caps easily. The other thing is you can just buy bottle caps. The IVs to max. You don't use bottle caps to EV Pokemon. You use bottle caps to max out their IVs. And it's one bottle cap per stat line. Yeah, you don't use bottle caps for EVs. Those are vitamins. Yeah, you use... Oh! Nice one. Nice one off of that. 6. Tournament. I mean, again, you still get a lot of money from doing... from, like, selling all your sell-fodder items from terror raids, which is what I do. You get so much money from those. Like, I had a collection of, I think it was, like, 30 or 40... What was that? Yeah, it was calculated too, since I do that as well. Yeah, it's better to honestly just go for terror raids with them than it is to just get them from the Ace Academy tournament. The Ace Academy tournament is just kind of not really worth it. Because I would love to... I would love to be able to use, like, to get, like, the apricorn balls out of them reliably. But it's a 0.1% chance of getting any of the apricorn balls from the Academy Ace tournament. I've gotten 2. It is ridiculously rare, and it is just not worth doing. But it is also the only, like, good way of grinding money outside of terror raids. And, I mean, I grind terror raids for money and experience candies, and you can just, like, sell experience candies for a decent chunk of change. But, yeah, it's... I don't know. They made some good QOL updates with the game. They made competitive a lot more accessible to players. But they also really overdid things on, you know, how much money it takes to get certain things. So there's that. Yes, because I got another Beast Ball. I got another Beast Ball from the Porto Morindo auction house. So I used that on the Greninja. One, two, three, 4. Rock. Slide. 1, 2, 3, 4. Super pow. There you go. Right now I'm just, like, talking to myself as I'm figuring out, like, potential move options as I think of them for what Doorman might be bringing on his Galarian Darmanitan. Because what I am doing is I'm actually making a calculation table for, okay, if it does this much damage, I know it has to have this nature, this EV spread, and this ability. Because in the EVL, you're not allowed to have items. So that makes my job a little bit easier figuring out what things to use. But it also makes my job a little bit harder with crafting my team, because I can't use things like leftovers. So I need to think of, okay, he's got, like, this. He's got freaking, you know, Darmanitan. Is he going to be Guerrilla Tactics? Or is he going to be Zen Mode? Not that I'm surprised that they keep putting Beast Balls in the game. I mean, they keep putting the Dream Ball in the game. But, did you get through? Yes, I got the Love Balls from that. Yeah, I got the Love Balls. Yeah, those were very useful. Because I realized the Love Ball is the only Apricorn Ball you don't get from completing the Pokedex. Because the other Apricorn Balls, you actually are given a free one of. Aside from that one. Which makes me wonder, maybe they planned for this one in advance. Mufflet Superpower. Iron Head. What do you even be running on this Darmanitan? That's the thing. Iron Head, I guess. The Superpower scares me, but I can't call it. He needs to be aware. Ah, maybe he. Ooh, actually, that. Now that I think of that, kind of might be his play with the Darmanitan. That is all of them. That is every single one of our Greninja Froakie eggs. So, now let's move over to, we'll save that. Let's move over to Charmander eggs. And let's see. There we go. There we go. Okay. Because I do want to clear out my egg inventory. Got a few minutes left on this. Yeah, this is something. Today is Friday, Thursday. Today is, for me, Thursday. For some people, it's probably Friday. I probably will check in between one of these save files. I will actually go check to see my Scarlet version if I actually did input the code, and if I didn't, I'll just put it in. Just check. But yeah, when does the thing end off? Avalug. Nope. Avalanche face. Alright. You know what? Let's... You know what? Yeah, you can't even reach them. That's the annoying thing about these things. They're just... You can't reach them all the time. You know what? We'll knock out a couple of these ones. I'll probably use Catch Sign of that on Heavy Ball, because we smash the ball. Nice. I love the Heavy Ball. That's the reason I caught my, the shiny Giggle that we bred for. I caught it in that, because it is, honestly, one of my favorite Pokeballs. And it just matches the look. The only time I think I'm going to go out to color coordinate, like, Apricorn balls with Pokemon is just by Masuda method. Remember, before the game came out, my friend Hope Armor used to roll edge color, swap their shinies, and said, "No, that's too basic." I'm just like, no, just like their shinies are now better. Yeah. I honestly do like Armarouge, and I do like the shinies. Because many of you guys know one of my issues with, like, modern shinies frequently is they're always designed to, you know, like, look cool, to look amazing. And I just kind of find it a bit boring. So, when they make a shiny that is like, yeah, it just barely changes, and it's like, okay, just the eyes are different. I actually really, really like that. Because it's like, yeah, no, they don't need to go make, like, every shiny, like, super, super edgelord. But yeah, but then they did, like, the color swapping shinies. They just did that for all the past Paradox Pokemon. They basically just look the same as their shiny, like, modern counterpart. Which is fine. I just find it very funny. You know, it's like, yeah, there's always gonna be... There's always going to be a shiny that you can think of that's going to be better than what the shiny actually is. That's just kind of the case for, like, all games in general, where the idea of something in your head is almost always better than the idea that you actually get in the final product. Because you can always imagine, like, everything in your mind to be better, because you can cater it specifically to your own opinions and your own, like, mindset on certain things. Which is one of the reasons why when it comes to games, I actually never, like, form my own, I want this thing to be in-game. Because it can just lead to that rabbit hole of disliking something for not having unrealistic things. Okay, now let's see. Please tell me there's a shiny around here. No, there's not. No, there's not. Okay, so this is going to be 62. I don't think this is the last one. There's probably one more. 1, 2, 3, 4. So, okay, so he wouldn't go brick, would he? Oh, that was the last one. He wouldn't go Brick Break on his. Maybe he would. Maybe he wouldn't. I don't know what I'm talking about. But... Oh, Luna's barking. My brother must be home then. Yeah, it's about time my brother to be home. That probably is what he hears. He hears my brother's car. Alright. Where is this pufferfish? Oh, for Greninja, for shiny, nice. I don't like Greninja shiny. It kind of goes in that same thing of it's trying too hard to be cool. Because back when, like, you know, Charizard and Haxorus, like, their shinies, they have the same color scheme, you know, the black and the red. But I feel those work because they were pure accident. They were just determined by the color palette algorithm. But then you have things like, you know, Greninja, Mega Rayquaza, which were all deliberately colored and designed by people specifically to get that same feeling. And when something is, like, deliberately designed in that same way, I feel it kind of takes a lot out of it. Where, when it's an accident, like, yeah, it's an accident. It looks awesome, and it was an accident. But when it's deliberate, it doesn't have, like, that same, like, you know, punch to me, I guess. That's not a shiny one, is it? No, it's a Magikarp. Stupid fish. All of these fish are stupid fish. They don't want to be shiny. Probably wasn't going to hunt for Armarouge too, so I guess maybe it does. Nice! Do. Alright, where is... Yeah, okay, next. Next egg is right there. Literally one step away was the next egg from hatching. So this is going to be our third sandwich with nothing for results, unfortunately. Yeah, this is definitely being one of our worst sandwich hunts. Because, like, even on other bad sandwich hunts, like, Iron Moth, we at least phased. The only one worse than this has honestly been freaking Karkadet. And even then, Karkadet wasn't an outbreak. You know, that was, you know, full odds sandwich, not, you know, full odds. That was not, you know, minimum odds with outbreak and sandwich going. That was a disadvantage for us. Hey, ZW, how you doing? The funny thing is, ninjas didn't wear black. The thing is, black stands out against the darkness. It was actually dark blue. The other thing is, ninjas didn't actually exist. If anything, it means more of like spy or informant. So essentially, it was like a snitch. Like that's honestly the best way of explaining it. Is ninjas were basically just snitches. Well, I mean, it translates more as like spy or scout rather than like, you know, stealth assassin. And they would like wear like dark blue because black actually does stand out. You know, whereas like dark blue, it blends in more. It's a very weird thing. It's just black is oftentimes an easier thing to code, or like an easier thing to color. So in like media, they would oftentimes do that, and then, you know, that just became ingrained, and so on and so forth. But there's nothing there. Let's go climbing. But I mean, it isn't really just like specifically Greninja. It applies to like the Tapus. It applies to like, you know, the Tapus, of course. It applies to things like Cinderace. It applies to like all the Megas. That, I don't know, when you deliberately color something to look cool, it kind of makes it less cool, because like you deliberately made the base form worse just to make this thing like, you know, visually punch a little harder. So go with black, being more social with the spy. Should Inteleon be black and shiny? Well, Inteleon's James Bond. Inteleon is literally James Bond. Or as I like to say, 007. Because the best part of that is Sobble's Pokedex number for Galar is actually 007. So it is quite honestly Pokemon 007. I love that. It is one of my absolute favorite things. Like, I liked what they did with the Galar starters. They're all based on, like, 3 very large elements of British, like, pop culture. You know, well, British entertainment. Like, you have the music, the soccer, and the movies with James Bond. You know, obviously, you have the most well-known British characters. Yeah. Yeah, I love that. It works so well. I have to think that was intentional with Inteleon. That is the only thing I can think of. And the fact that they did is like, yeah, it's great. This is why I actually really, really like the starters of Galar. Even though I'm not the biggest fan of Cinderace, I like the theming they did with them. Uh-oh. I'm honestly surprised all of that stayed on there. Hey, Andreas, how you doing? Yeah, officially proves pirates are superior. Oh my gosh, what is that even from? But how you doing, Andreas? Come on the mods, please go grab Andreas's link. How you doing, my friend? Hope you're doing good. That sandwich was hilarious. Full odds, nice. The thing is, I don't really like Cinderace that much, but I respect the origin idea. Like, that for me, I like. I can appreciate something for what it is rather than, like, if I actually like it. Like, it's why I may not be the biggest fan of Breath of the Wild, but I will say, like, the praise of Breath of the Wild, even if I personally am not the biggest fan of it. And splash. It's a freaking giant jump down. So we are on our 4th sandwich for the Quillfish in this outbreak. So this hunt has been going horribly, Andreas. But I am glad you got a full odds shiny Salazar. God, this hunt's cursed. This hunt is just actually cursed. Fire First Ninja debate is his rage for the internet for years. Well, the thing is, it shouldn't even be a debate. Ninjas didn't exist. Ninjas did not exist, so there should be no debate. It's just, that's the end. Shut case. Case closed. Where the freak is this thing? Yeah, Andreas generally has some pretty good luck. Ironhead, 1, 2, 3, 4. Big break. Well, I need to look at what other coverage moves Galarian Darm actually gets. Like, I guess like Fire Punch. No, he wouldn't use Fire Punch against those. The Rock Slide, Earthquake wouldn't work for that because I have Levitate. Yeah, I'm sorry if I'm like rambling to myself. But pretty much, I'm just calculating. Oh, really? What is the amazing Herba raid? The question is, though, Andres, is the raid going to go away when the event ends? Give sweet, sour, salty, and bitter. Oh, delightful. That's delightful. Oh no! Okay, no. This is the right thing. Okay, no. 1, 2, 6, 7. There we go. Yeah, but is that actually gonna go away though when the raids change over then? No, they aren't. But they were remake Black and White. The different rival theme fits Cherno Bianca, but not Cherno at all. I liked the rival theme in Black and White. I really liked it. It was a good one. Black and White just went really good on the music. They might give him a different theme, because they gave Wally his own theme in Oras. Yeah, what would he even be running on? Like, what the freak does... What in the freaking heck does Galarian Darm get? Because, like, I'm still like mulling over in my head. What in the freaking heck is Doorman gonna run for his freaking Darmanitan? Because he has Galarian Darmanitan, and I think I mentioned this a little bit earlier, but that kind of got cut off a bit. Was in the EBL, you are not allowed to have items, so you can't have things like Focus Sash. And for me, that means I need to figure out what he is running on his Galarian Darmanitan. If he is running something like, Guerrilla Tactics, or if he's running something like, or he's running Guerrilla Tactics, or he's running Zen Mode. And this makes my job a bit easier for calculating things. So I can basically make a damage calculation table of this is how much damage these moves would do if he's Guerrilla Tactics. This is how much these moves will do. Ooh. I am saving this one. That one has a 0 attack. I actually want that. So I can use that to figure out whether he is going to be Guerrilla Tactics or whether he is going to be Zen Mode. Because both of them have advantages and disadvantages. Because on the one hand, if it's Guerrilla Tactics, he's not going to be hitting my team as hard. I mean, if he's Zen Mode, he's not going to be hitting my team as hard with, like, the initial, before he switches into Zen Mode. But if he does have Zen Mode is terrifying with how much damage it does. So, it's going to be a very tricky thing of what is the balancing act. So I need to, like, plan for that. Granted, if I am able to, do my first plan, it's not going to be a problem. But I'm not going to say what my plan is, because obviously I don't know if he's listening to watching this. The good thing is, Darmanitan's move is kind of shallow. The bad thing is it still hits like a freight train, loaded with bricks. So it's still kind of scary. Hey, Sandy Koala, how you doing? I'm doing well. Yeah, ninjas never existed. They never existed. Yeah, Ice Crash is terrifying. Wait, did it not get Ice Punch? No, it gets it. Okay, it does get Ice Punch. I was like, wait, no, there's no way it does get Ice Punch. Yeah, it gets Ice Punch. Yeah, Ice Punch is a... I'm hoping he goes for Ice Punch, honestly, all things considered. Because at the very least, Ice Punch, it has the chance of, like, freezing, but it doesn't have the flinch chance, and it's not as powerful. The ninjas just did their job. No. Ninjas literally just meant they were spies. Like, they were spies or informants. It actually came from Sewer Rat. Oh my gosh. Yes, Ninja Turtles. Ninja Turtles. I enjoy the Ninja Turtle series. They're pretty good. The evil clan of Pegasus opinions. And the pig. What Chinese do you have? You mean the ones I'm hunting right now, La? Right now, I am hunting for Charmander. We were hunting for Greninja earlier. Wait. Wait, I see it. I think I see it. I think I see it. I think I see the shiny. I think I actually saw the freaking shiny thing. And if so, I'm hoping it is. I saw something look different. I was right. It is. There it is. Finally. Big, scary, and pink. Oh, this feels good. It's over. It's finally over. Okay, that's... La. You frickin' brought the luck. Can someone please go grab La's link, please? Thank you very much for that. It's over. We caught it. Totally. The egg didn't ruin it. Oh, finally. I hate this thing. I hate this thing with a burning, bloody passion. But it's done. It is done. We are saving again. And alright. Let's go find something poison to hunt. Because we've still got, like, what, 20... Yeah, we have 20 minutes left on this thing. I think we go looking for Strudel now. I think Strudel is the most prudent course of action. Oh, you came here? Oh, sorry about that. Oh, yeah, Krogong. The thing is, I want to get Strudel, because I'm going to have to be... Actually, now that I think about it, no, Strudel's probably not the greatest one to hunt here. Let me actually go check what poison types are in the game. Because I know for an absolute fact, a sure fact, I'm going to be hunting Pissimian and I need to hunt Oranguru. Both of which are in the same area as the Strudel family. And one of them gives spawn interference to Strudel. So let me go check just so I can find like a targeted hunt. We have Venonat already. Ooh, Grimer. I have not gotten Grimer. So we need to go for Grimer. So let's go for Grimer. So I put on Morindo. I honestly have annoyance with freaking what's its face. Oh, you got it for Viper too. He goes with Viper and Grimer. Okay. So yeah, now we'll go looking for these. Grimer. It do a little Grimin. We do not get another wrong one. Yeah. Back. There we go. Map. There we go. This is why I like Cerebi. Like, Cerebi is quicker to update, but it doesn't have, like, as factual information as, say, like, Bulbapedia does. But one thing that Cerebi has over Bulbapedia, it has the interactive map. So, I can use that just, find exactly where I need for certain things. It's actually useful for that. Swoopy 70s. Nope, 77. And all of you go here. Honestly, I'm kind of glad. I'm pretty sure that they have Memento. Oh, wait, right, I've already gotten you in your freaking zoomy face. Freaking zoomy face. It's fine. Oh, yeah, we can get Muck. Muck and Grimers. Pick-a-ding. So where's the Viper appear? Oh, Viper is there. I guess I could hunt for Viper there. Yeah, so we got one of what I would say is probably the most annoying ones to get. Because the water type hunts I've mentioned before, they are not easy to do. I hate them. And I'm just glad that I don't need to go hunt for that one again. Okay, I thought the rock was a shiny one for a second. Going to Porto Morindo. The good thing is I can just go into Porto Morindo and it will despawn all of them. So I can do that to easily reset everything in a much faster time span than it would take me to pick to reset these clowns. Yes, I know. You're doing broom annoying things. You're being annoying. We got about 20 minutes, so that should be enough time for us to get a couple encounters in. I don't think we will get a Grimer, but it would be good if we can. Yes, I saved. But I mean, I'm pretty sure I did save. But yeah. I will save again, though. I will save again, though, because like, I'm paranoid as hell. Yeah, I like to multi-save. I honestly forget a lot of the time if I save or not. Purely because I just habitually save so much that when I do save intentionally, it just blanks it. I just blank. But I am glad we got the Quillfish. I am very, very glad we got the Quillfish, though. Welcome back, Jake. You missed us actually getting the shiny Quillfish. But how are you doing? Hope you're doing well. Probably gonna make a Palafin Ice Drain Punch, another move. Punching Glove item. Punching Glove. Oh yeah, that exists. Yeah, but then you have to manually force switch it. You have to hard switch out in the first turn, though. Which is a bit of an issue. I mean, hard switching isn't really that bad. It's just Granted, doubles has kind of taught me to dislike hard switches. Mostly because in doubles, the value of a switch is kind of insane. Okay, so let's go back to checking out what Galarian Darm's got. Galar Man at hand. Yeah, it only has yeah, it doesn't have that many abilities. Galarian Darm. Yeah, I am... Yeah, next... A week from tomorrow is actually when... Dorman... A week from tomorrow is actually when Dorman and I are going to be battling. For the Elite Battle League. It's going to be fun. This weekend, we will have the preseason interview that I did with... Lionheart Plays, aka Humberto. So we do a little bit of talking about our team and just the general stuff and thoughts. But it's gonna be interesting to see, because my biggest hope is I'm drastically overthinking these battles. Because I remember talking with Landon. Wait. I think that's shiny. I think that is a shiny. Please be sparkly. Oh, yes! Welcome. See, why couldn't we have gotten the freaking Quillfish that quickly? The shadow looked weird. But we got it. Ooh, it's marked. Fun. Save. Delightful. That is delightful. That's one down. Now we just need one more. It's fake Alolan Muck, because it looks the same. But it's not. So in the shadow of the tower, we got the first one. Good. I like it. But yeah, so we're making progress. After this one, I know what our next sandwich hunt's gonna be. I want to go and knock out a lot of the Ice-type shiny hunts. Because I want to get Titan. So Titan is the one that I'm very, very much wanting. Okay, also gets Fire Punch. Let me make a list of what these moves possibly are going to be. So, Fire Punch. So I need to keep track of what possibly he could be running. So I can calculate. I can make some calculations. There we go. Despawn everything. Respawn everything. Let's go try again. That was delightful. Meta question, what is your favorite regional form? Ooh. California. Regional form, that's a bit of a hard question. But I need to think about that. Because like I really like Alola Ninetales. It's been very good to me in various competitive formats. But the Galarian Darm is definitely up there. The Galarian Darmanitan is definitely one of the ones that are up there. Galarian Darmanitan, Alola Ninetales. What's the version counterpart to Galarian Darmanitan? Oh, that was Mr. Rhyme. That's actually hard. That's very, very hard. Alolan Executor I just find hilarious. But I wouldn't really say it's on my favorite list for that. But I think it's a pretty close tie between Galarian Darmanitan and Alola Ninetales. A lot of that comes in because I've used Alola Ninetales in various formats. And it's been very, very good to me. But there's something about Galarian Darmanitan that I just love. It's so absolutely brute force aggressive. And also, like, again, it's a flaming snowman. You know, Zen mode Galarian Darm is literally a flaming snowman. Which is just funny. So yeah, I think it's probably Darm. Yeah, I think it's definitely going to be Galarian Darmanitan. Because, like, right now I'm actually using an Alola Ninetales in my Draft League format. I'm battling with a different Draft League. This is the EBL. And it's kind of like my secret weapon. So, I have a bit of bias towards both. But just like something that's just funny about Galarian Darm. Nothing over there. Nope. Spawning in new ones. I'm very glad we didn't phase on the Varoom, because we already have the full Varoom family. And we still got a good couple of minutes left. So, like, if we get another one, like, right quickly, then we can just move on to, like, Krogan or something like that. Like, this is going to be too good if we actually get it here. I didn't realize how amazing these spawns were for Grimer right around here. The only issue, really, with Grimer right here is that you are getting spawn interference from Varoom. But yeah, I mean, that's a pretty good one. I think my Palantir are fighting to give it Drain Punch. Interesting. I've seen Palafin go Terra Water just to double down and do its water stabs. But I mean, yeah, Palafin's kind of a bit up in the air for ideas for it. I have personally not used Palafin because mostly it's the value of a switch in doubles is kind of insane, and it is a huge cost. I mean, the other part of it is that, you know, it is literally a tell to your opponent, like, yeah, I'm doing this turn 1. Which, you know, I generally am not a big fan of, like, revealing my plan. You know, like my turn 1 plays, because information in Pokemon battles is extremely important. And, you know, like, basically voluntarily giving information, like, yeah, my turn 1 plan is going to be, you know, I'm gonna use Flip Turn, is kind of big. That's one of the reasons why one of my friends, he went to a regional with one of his friends. And they both made top cut. So, like, they went back for the day 2. But during day 1, a lot of, like, the gaming journalists basically damage calced his setup. And basically put on, like, yeah, like, this is what his, you know, Star Raptor is using. And, you know, it's these EVs, this nature with, you know, this is the plan. And it basically just completely screwed the guy over because everyone next turn and everyone next game knew, yeah, he's running this. And he lost because, yeah, they just had a huge information lead on him where they knew this is what his game plan turn 1 is going to be. So it's like, information like saying, yeah, I'm going to be, like, flip turning or switching out turn 1. You know, it's a huge amount of information that gives your opponent leverage. Thank you very much, La. Thank you very much for that good luck. We do always need the good luck. Come on, give me another Grimer. Give me another Grimer. I would very much like to not need to target hunt Grimer again. But I will accept just any other shinies as well. Aside from a phase on Varoom again. Like, don't need Varoom. I already got you. I still can't believe that I got shiny Paldean Tauros when I was just sitting here and it literally ran into me. The one time I am thankful for Tauros' absolutely aggressive charge into you, unprovoked, is that it did help me get a shiny of it. Alright, let's reload. Let's reload the things. Nope, not a shiny. Alright, come on, give me something good. Give me some goo. Shiny hunt. I would prefer another one. The thing is, I don't think I'm ever going to use Muck on a competitive team. But again, Channel Living Dex. It goes with territory. Not going to be hunting for you again, Tauros. Nice, that reaction. Where is it? Don't worry, it will be posted later, and it will be posted in the reaction compilation. Because for those who don't know, at the end of every month, we do a shiny reaction compilation, and the end of the month is basically a month after release of the game. So the 18th is when the reaction, you know, month ends, which means that the reaction compilation is probably going to go up about next week, or maybe this weekend. So that's no, it wouldn't be this week. It would be next week. Because the week, the 8th, the 20... Well, then again, we aren't going to be hunting shiny Pokemon on the 18th. Because that is when I'm going to be doing the collab with Andreas in Splatoon. So tomorrow is actually going to be the last day that we do it. So actually, I could probably get it out on Wednesday. Not Wednesday, on the 18th. Okay. But it'll be in the reaction. It'll be in the reaction compilation, as well as it will be like a short compilation. Well, not a short compilation, but there'll be just like a short that'll go up, because I generally will post shiny reaction shorts. I mean, I don't know. I always post shiny reaction shorts because they just do very well for the channel. Alright. Let's go Pikachu. Wait to see the stuff spawn in. Room. Nope. Despawn everything. Such a very handy way of despawning things. Very handy. Also, I forgot to swap out my stuff. That will be 92. Got another 0 attack Charmander. I probably should save the other 0 attack Charmander. Someone I know may want that. But yeah, I mean, game came through and gave us a shiny Grimer after that fiasco. So I'm not gonna call it amended fully. I'm still annoyed at the game for taking that long to get us the freaking Quillfish. But we at least got two shinies in a single sandwich. That's helpful. But I know my next target, and they're going to be ice types. Because there's a very specific ice type I would like. Yes, the cheer, the heal cheer cures every status. It is very, very useful. The heal cheer, honestly, is so useful. Because, I mean, I honestly think they are intending the heal cheer to be the one that you use the most, because so many Terra Raid Pokemon have like their status moves that will always inflict the status condition on you. Like, I mean, obviously Amoonguss has Spore. Most electric types get Thunder Wave. A lot of psychic types get Thunder Wave. Things have Yawn, and it is really annoying. But that's also the reason I go for just bringing a support Grimmsnarl, because you don't need to clear away status conditions if no one can get inflicted with status conditions in the first place. Plus, Grimmsnarl's also just like super good support. Let's just check what options this thing gets. Rock slide, these more sided willow wisp, brick, rock, turn. Ooh, U-turn. U-turn. That's the thing to look for. I forgot it actually got access to U-turn. Yeah, well then again, like what would U-turn even on my team hit? Like, U-turn doesn't smack any of my Pokemon for any amount of damage in the EVL. I mean, it's a consideration. Okay. Reversal. Ooh, that's a little scary. Reversal. Double flip with Sun Headbutt, Iron Head, Stone Edge, Grass Knot, Workout, Body Press. Yeah, it doesn't really have anything. There's nothing that it really has otherwise that's kind of scary for Galarian Darm. I mean, I say scary for Galarian Darm. It's freaking Galarian Darm. It can Brick Force kill almost anything easily. Because it's Galarian Darm. Oh, you get... Really? You get Freeze Dry. That's pretty fun. But it's not good enough. You're not going to ever see a special Galarian Darm. I mean, you might. It's just not good. Egg hatching. 10 more Terra Grass and 13 more Terra Fire, and I'm finally done. Nice. Yeah, honestly, grinding for Terra Shards is really annoying. Yeah, I don't... Galarian Darm doesn't really have much else. I can see Rock Slide being something he would bring. But also, probably not. Because most of my team just matches up very, very well against Rock Slide. Another freaking 0 attack Charmander. I'm okay with them. I will collect them, and I will just trade them away to friends who need them. Hey Gendel, how you doing? Hope you're doing well. Okay, and with that, our sandwich is over. Well, I would certainly say that was an eventful shiny. Yeah, no, you're not trying to get the mouse. We got a freaking shiny Grimer. We got freaking shiny Quillfish on the same sandwich. And now we are gonna go and do some shiny hunting. Oh, not there. Now we're gonna go do some shiny hunting back here in the place that freezes things. Reason for that is I very much want to get a Satitan. Well, you find Satotl shiny, you find Satotl in the wild, really, but same thing, semantics. Let's see, forget about also work, please. Satotl, let's see where your most frequent spawn places are. So I can target you far easier. Satotl. Okay, Satotl appears in a lot of... Really? Okay. So it appears... even, like, down... Interesting. Okay, I guess the best place to have gone, actually, was probably over here, then. Okay. That's easier. That's easier said than done. But yeah, I want the Titan. I'd like to get this thing. 18 Terror Shards. I need the boosted Herba Mystica. It's hard to choose, but I ain't going. Yeah, I would say Herba Mystica is a better call to go for than going for Terror Shards, because you can get Terra Shards more easily other ways. Like, you can find Terra Shards on the ground in Area 0, which I would say probably go to Area 0, like, you just walk around and collect stuff, and then come back a bit later. You can generally find some Terra Shards there. Nice! Found Shiny Score Bunny. How many eggs did it take you, or did you not, like, count? Okay, this is gonna be tomato, onion, green pepper, burger, and then 2 things of cloth sticks, a bit of Herba Mystica, silver pick. This is good. Yeah, the good thing is that... I mean, my one worry, though, is we are gonna phase on something else that's ice type, because the one issue with hunting for Satotl is pure ice in an area where you find almost exclusively ice and partial ice type Pokemon. So we need more than a little good luck on this. So yeah, that's the thing. But also, guys, again, please don't forget to leave a like and subscribe if you haven't done so already. I'm hoping we get this a Titan on this one. Because, like, even if I phase on something else, I can only do it. Let's go to Spicy and a Sweet Herba. Made the right. Yep. Well, I mean, the good thing is that the raids don't, like, the events don't reset, so, like, you can still hunt for a while. That is helpful. There's a couple of moves that he could get on his Galarian Arm, though. That's a little terrifying. But I'm making the necessary acquired preparations for his Galarian Darmanitan. Encounter Power Ice. There we go. Let's go. Alright. Yeah, the good thing is we've already gotten a lot of these shiny. So if I miss a phase, I'm not going to be too heartbroken. But I do want to get looking for Citadel. Because, like, Citadel's the one I'm really looking forward to. But I already have a Cetitan shiny. Not Cetitan shiny. I already have a Citadel shiny. But I need a second one for the living dex. Yeah, it was actually, like, right around here is where we found it. Alright, let's get going. Honestly, I just do raids to get my Terra Shards. Only done 2 times for Ironbound and Clodsire. Yeah, so what Terra type did you change them over to? Because a lot of the time... I mean, I have a lot of Terra Shards. I have, like, an excess of Terra Shards. But I generally have enough to Terra change Pokemon a few times. You know, I can change something like 3 Terra types. Like, like change it 3 times. Aside from... aside from ground. Because I actually did have to use a lot of my ground Terra Shards for various reasons. Mostly down to helping a friend of mine Terra their Gastrodon. And I needed to Terra change my Groudon, not my Groudon, my Garchomp over to Terra Ground for competitive purposes. But other than that, I haven't really needed a Terra type change. Well, I mean, I needed to change, my Hydreigon. I need to make that Steel at first, then I made Poison. No, it was Poison at first, then Steel, then... No, it was Steel, Poison, then Fire. Yeah, that's how it went. Price of Titan is popular as it is. Doesn't... I know! I'm a lot the same, where it doesn't really look like popular Pokemon material, but that kind of goes to show anything kind of can be popular. It is what people latch on to. Like, that's the reason why whenever the Pokemon Company pushes a certain Pokemon to be popular, as they have done many, many times in the past, it infuriates me. Because there are so many potential Pokemon that could be super popular that are never given a chance to stand out because they're pushing something else. You know, they like Lucario. They pushed Lucario super, super hard in Generation 4, and it's like one of the only things that people really remember from Gen 4 outside of like Garchomp and a lot of the evolutions that, you know, some of the older Pokemon got. And it's like there could have been so many other things that could have stood out so much, and they were never given a chance. Because they haven't really been pushing any Generation 9 Pokemon to be, like, super, super popular. With kind of, I guess, sort of the exception of, like, Revavroom. Because they make all the Star Bosses fight them. They make the Star Bosses have them. But even then, like, that's still fairly minor. You know, it's not like... They're not, like, making Revavroom the face of the game. Even then, like, Salazar, I think, is, like, the closest they've come with that. And Salazar really is not even being pushed that much. Oh, we had raided. Hey, Miju! Welcome in. Thank you very much for the raid. Bryant, welcome in. Pixel, welcome in. Sir Josh, welcome in. Miju, how are you doing? Any mods in the chat? If not, I can go grab the link. How are you doing, Miju? I saw that you were streaming Unite today with... Cause you got Comfey, right? Welcome in, guys. Thank you very much for popping in. If you haven't done so, please don't forget to leave a like and subscribe. But how did Unite treat you today? You were doing the Comfey, right? In Unite, I think. So I think I remember seeing something like that. We have just gotten 2 shinies so far today. We finally got... After freaking, what, 4 sandwiches, shiny Quillfish in an outbreak that was painful. And then, like, a few minutes into showing up to go hunt for Grimer, we got the Grimer. So it's like, game is all over the place. I don't know, how did it go, Miju? How did Unite go today? Hopefully, Unite was treating you well. Didn't even read the name, so I thought... No, there's someone who's named Pixel. No, there is someone who is named Pixel that was a part of the raid. Pixel Shifts. But now that we got that outbreak of Quillfish done, I want to go and finish my shiny hunt versus a Titan. Had some fun times, some painful times. So standard fare when it comes to Unite. But I feel like I'm the only one who pays attention to Pokemon companies' community posts. What do you mean, Jay? What do you mean, JJ? You mean like on Twitter? I occasionally pay attention to them. But, I mean, I also get like a lot of pings on Twitter, so there's that. Was something just posted today, JJ? Let me check. I want to check that then. Pokemon Twitter. I want to see that then. Pokemon Company, the official Pokemon Twitter account. Hey, it's a title. But yeah, it's like, it's the Titan being popular. I am surprised by. Wait. Oh, okay, I thought that was another zero attack IV one. It was not. Alright, let me check. Did I actually tick up the mark? I think I did. Yes, okay, I did. I ticked it up. There we go. Message before... So, Pokemon's company channel posted doing some Valentine's Day images. It's like, I mean, sometimes they do some cringy stuff. I mean, all devs do that at times. Which, you know, kind of goes with the territory of deving a game. Freaking, okay, now I'm really hoping I get the... But yeah, we're looking really for Citadel right now. Because a while back, we were hunting ice types up here, and we got a Citadel shiny, and then very shortly after, we got a shiny Cubchoo. And since we're doing a living shiny dex, we need to go for all of them. I would prefer to shiny hunt them in the wild than go Masuda method. Because I don't dislike Masuda method, I actually quite enjoy it. But I like eliminating as many possible options off the Masuda table as quickly as possible. Kind of like my status quo for things. Here. Cubchoo. I like Cubchoo, it's kind of cute. Kind of wouldn't have thought like a snot-nosed bear cub would be adorable, but it's kind of cute. Vaguely. Yeah, exactly the thing you are. We'll be live probably for a while longer. I'm kind of wanting to do like longer streams with regards to these, because I want to try and work up to doing much longer streams. You know, not sort of like almost like on, not exactly on par with like Landon level of stream length, but, you know, consistently. But I kind of want to like get into doing longer and longer streams, because doing that will help like fend off the mental fatigue when it comes to recording and then later in the day streaming. We have 3 fire types in this raid. It's a Excalibur, setup, Snowscape. Snowscape does not weaken fire type modes. Okay, now I see. Does the Excalibur have heat exchange, or does it have thermal exchange? Because that's a little bit dangerous. Yeah, I could do Jolly. Yes, okay, I could do that. I could do the Jolly, and then I could do the Bam. Yes, okay, I could do that. I can actually do that. That would actually be a much easier way of organizing my list. I'm just like kind of like rambling myself a little bit. I have been for a bit. There's a draft league I'm a part of that I'm just trying to consider what are all of the potential move options a Galarian Darmanitan could smack me in the face with. Because I'm trying to, like, damage calculate out and feel out ranges. Well, if it doesn't pop up with thermal exchange every time that a fire type move hits it, then it does not have thermal exchange. Rock slide. But yeah, I'm in multiple draft leagues, and I like to damage calculate things out so I can make a much better team plan. And right now, I am very much afraid of a Galarian Darmanitan, because I don't know whether it is going to be Guerrilla Tactics, which is basically a free choice band, or if it's going to be Zen mode, because we're not allowed to have items in this format, which means he may go for the Zen. He might forego the Zen mode for the pure just brute force potential. But I also don't know if he would go for that, because he might be expecting I would set up Stealth Rocks, go into Belly Drum, and then just proc Zen mode. And then start punching me in the face. Which is terrifying, because it's freaking that. But the good thing is, I actually have a potential way of removing it from the field. But it's a big gamble. But hey, sometimes you gotta take those risks. Sometimes those are risks you gotta take in the battling, especially when it is for content stuff and things. Alright. No shinies yet. No sparkles. Yeah, I have most of the shinies around here, the full family. I have the entire family of the Snover trees. I have Grievard. I do not have the full Snorunt family. Yes, Endure does have priority. Actually, I did not even consider that as an option. Oh, thank you very much for bringing that up. I did not even think of that. That would be a dead giveaway that it is not Guerrilla Tactics, because, like, the good thing is, if it is not Guerrilla Tactics, I'm good. Because even if it does go for Endure, I have one thing that sets up Sand. And that would completely remove it the next turn, because Endure will always leave you at 1 health. And he can't Dynamax if he is using Endure, which means he will be left at 1 HP. If he's left at 1 HP, I can just switch in my Sand. Gone. Just like set it like Protect or something like that, and you can't break it. I am unbreakable. So that may factor in, because I study their battle history. Whenever I'm doing a draft league or just like any battling in general, I will like rewatch battle videos of my opponents if I can. Like, I watch game replays so I can figure out, okay, what are their usual play styles? You know, do they prefer fast hyper offense, slow and bulky? Do they prefer, you know, maybe status, mix of both? What do they enjoy using screens? What are their typical styles of play? And then I use that to more effectively like craft my team around it. And they seem to enjoy using like status moves, because I remember in a previous thing they used a sturdy Pokemon with Autonomize, which Autonomize is a double boost to your speed stat. And I'm wondering if they're going to pull out some shenaniganery like that again. But you also cannot use Endure, like, I mean, you can use Endure multiple times, but then it starts to have a chance of fail. But that also brings in the possibility of Endure Reversal. Endure Reversal, that is also a potential possibility, because... But I mean, that's dedicating half of the moveset to that, which that's a huge cost. Like, I mean, Galarian Darm can run a lot of things. He may consider that. Because I do have Dialga. I may need to start thinking about priority options then. If that's the case. Priority may be a bit essential. Yeah, it's like it... I mean, the Galarian Darmanitan isn't one of the only things that make this fight a bit awkward. There is one other member of their team that makes this fight super awkward for me. Because any other specific Pokemon of this typing does not get access to a certain move. And that one specific move just so happens to derail my entire plan. Just notice you forgot the K. There's no... Oh, there is... Oh. What? I was like, wait, there's a K in... Scarlet? Okay. Okay, I probably should fix that. Thank you. I did not realize that. Maybe that's why no one is showing up. Because it's misspelled. Thank you very much for that. I didn't realize that. And now I feel very, very smooth brain. There we go. Yeah, I didn't even realize that. Thank you very much for pointing that out. Which is weird, because like that must mean that my previous one also had that typo in it. I'm gonna need to go back and check that. Yeah, my big hope, like this is my hope when it comes to any battle. This is not just for the EVL. This is for just draft leagues in general. My hope is I always over prepare, because it is always better, in my opinion, to over prepare for a fight and find it easier than you expected than it is to expect an easy battle and not have an easy time with it. You know, it's better, remembering to over prepare, because that way, even if it's an easy fight, you are prepared. But if you go into something assuming, well, okay, it's going to be easy, then you can get blindsided very, very easily. You know, overconfidence is an ally to your enemy. And to quote the master themselves, Sun Tzu, all war is deception. Learned that little nugget from Sabaton history. Okay. That would explain why. Okay, thank you very much for that. That may explain a couple of things. So thank you very much for pointing that out. Because I have to type in all of the new titles manually, so I might have just accidentally left out the K. Power. Like, I already know that there are certain Pokemon that are going to definitely be coming in the Draft League battle. Just because they're that good. You know, like, they are too good to leave off the team. They're way too strong to leave off. Because, like, I could potentially them leaving off that restricted, because now that I'm thinking about it, thinking, does Yveltal get Heat Wave? Does Yveltal learn Heat Wave? Now I need to check that. Because if Yveltal if Senior Bacon Wings does learn Heat Wave, that is a game changer. Yes, I call Yveltal Bacon Wings, because if you look at Yveltal's shiny, its wings look like they are made of bacon. Look it up. It looks like they're strips of bacon. And now I'm very hungry for bacon, because, like, bacon is delicious. Well, it doesn't even need hate. Yeah, it doesn't even need hate wave. Now I think, like, yeah. Yeah, he may actually... no, I think that is a prank. Because, like, he does... It doesn't need heat wave. It just needs special damage. It just needs a special attack. But that's also a good thing, because it means, like, I can more easily predict the lineup. One more egg. And... there we go. I think that might be a shiny... whatever its face is off the corner. Because the arms look a little different. The arms look a little bit different blue. No, it's not shiny. No, it's not shiny. You have already encountered us. Get out of the way. I'm done dealing with you. Yeah, it wasn't shiny. Okay, that is every single one of our eggs. Okay, so now we are now done hatching eggs. So I can get rid of those. And I can bring out my false wipe users. I'm going to have a hell of a time deleting all those Pokemon later, though. That's not going to be fun. False wipe. False wipe. Nope. There. There we go. Alright. So now we are not going to be continuously interrupted. Which is good, but also not good, because now it means that we are done with all of our eggs for now. I am not... okay, no, the yellow is very noticeable. That's not the shiny. I would very much like a shiny Citadel to appear for me. Okay, why is my controller spazzing out now? I mean, I'd also like a shiny Cupjo. Because any of these things... wait, I hear someone calling me. There we go. Sorry about that. Just had to step out a little bit to help with dinner. Your dinner is also going to be in about, like, 15, 20-ish minutes. So I'm not going to make another sandwich after this. But actually, I could collect a couple of more eggs. Now that I think about it. Nah, I'm not going to do that. I'm not going to be able to collect a couple of eggs. Because I get, like, maybe 10. Wouldn't really be all that worth it. I'd prefer to just do, like, a big block hatch and collect. Because, yeah, whenever I'm collecting eggs... oh. Have I never found an Icy Rock before? Huh. Yeah, that shows how much I come here with my Pokemon in Let's Go mode. Wait. That's a shiny! No. No, Glaceon, you are not interrupting us. There is the shiny. There is the bird. Hello, Busy Alley. How are you doing? Thank you very much. And again, guys, please don't forget to leave a like and subscribe. Busy, you brought the shiny luck. You brought some delightful shiny luck with the bird. Go sleep. Oh, Vital Spirit. I was gonna say, if I freaking missed, I'd be a little annoyed. Thank you for healing me. I don't think Delibird gets any self-KOing moves. However, I am not taking that chance because you're a flying type. And if there is one thing I've learned, it is flying types tend to learn Brave Bird. And I don't want to miss that. Okay. Oh, wait, no, just Drill Peck. Okay. That's fine. We're fine with it. Drill Peck. And the best part is there's no way if you can take residual damage. So let's go get in the ball. Stay on the ball. Honestly, like, Delibird gets a very bizarrely massive learn set. It gets like Trailblaze, Water Pulse. It gets a lot of weird moves by TM. I wish our earlier ones such Pokemon weren't so bad. Like, nowadays, one evolution is pretty good. Well, a lot of that is more to do with the devs have learned not to give things absolutely garbage stat lines. So they're not as bad as they used to be. But I do see what you mean. You know, they definitely have stepped up the game in just... Well, I mean, they've stepped up the stat lines of Pokemon in general with regards to the games. So, you know, Pokemon just in general now tend to have better stat spreads. Which in some ways I do like. You know, I do like that Pokemon are becoming more effective at, you know, basically basic functions. And they're able to actually craft Pokemon around, you know, the specific archetype that they want to make. Rather than more or less back in the old days of Gen 1, 2, 3, and to a degree in Gen 4, Pokemon were almost crammed into functions by us as players. Because, well, that's what their stat lines and movesets would allow them to be able to do, not necessarily them being just good at doing those things. It was just that was what like their stat lines were able to make them best suited for. It's alright, I understand. Welcome in, King! Thank you very much for that. Nice! Nice to step you back with. It's all I understand, but thank you very much for coming in, King. If you guys haven't done so, please don't forget to leave a like and subscribe. We have gotten 2 shinies today that were not part of the outbreak we were doing before, and I'm super happy about that. We got a Delibird very recently, and we got a shiny Grimer earlier as well, after we finished hunting the Quillfish outbreak. Alright, nothing there. All I need is one more... I need one more Snorunt, not Snover. I get Snover and Snorunt mixed up all the time. I have the entire Snover family. I just need one more Snorunt, and then I have that line completed, because I have a shiny Frostlass. I have a shiny Snorunt existing already. I just need the last one. Oh yeah, Sawsbuck. Yeah, you're a static Sawsbuck spawn. I need a good reason why you can't use Book Portal. Honestly, I think it's just the way that it's coded. Remember, Pokemon, remember, you can only use the Poke Portal in, like, the overworld. You know, like standard overworld. But, my assumption is that essentially the game treats Area 0 as its own separate, like, building. because you can't use Poke Portal inside of buildings. The other reason is probably they did it for, you know, essentially pacing reasons. That if you could just access Poke Portal anytime while inside of Area 0, that wouldn't make as much sense. Because Area 0 is kind of coded a little bit differently. You cannot see people in a union circle with you when you're in Area 0, which is the same way as actually buildings are coded. You sure it's not working? Everything looks like it is working. I don't know if Iron Bundle actually gets present. You guys can hear me, right? You guys can hear me, right? You know, it should be working. Okay, it should be working, right? We've been having a little bit of technical issues with some things. I think it's due to moving over to the new software. But, okay, that's a little bit concerning if it's not working. But it seems everything on my end is working because I have the little volume bars that show like the output. And if something's wrong with them, it would be like kind of like flagging it. Which is weird. But stranger things have happened. And that is more than a little disconcerting. The mic is fine. The game audio goes better now. Okay. The game audio freaking out, I'm not sure about, like, why that's happening. Okay, let me try something. That's weird. Let me try something. Yeah, switch, save, deactivate, reactivate. That's weird. The volume we do normally, it's super quiet. I have it on maximum. Weird. I mean, I remember Landon did say that, like, every now and again, like, people will have some audio issues with YouTube where everyone gets, like, audio differently. It could be that. Okay, I'm seeing the audio bars for the game audio is kind of going a little wonky. I'm going to need to look into that. The only thing I can think of is maybe it's a capture card issue, but this is a capture that's been working fine normally. I guess maybe I could go try out, see if the Streamlabs is having the same issue. Because if that's the case, then it's probably a capture card issue, or it's just a hookup issue. But I will need, like, top to bottom look over everything again. Okay, let me just retry all the connection cables, because now that we have all of the eggs hatched, let me see if it's the cables. Because if it's the cables, that's fixable. Everything's plugged in fully. That's weird. The only thing I can think of that might have happened, Stephanie, is we did switch to a new streaming software, and that could be why. But everything else seems to be working normally, which is strange. I'll need to look into this though. Because when I was doing the shorts editing, I did encounter a couple of, like, weird wonky patches of audio where, like, the game audio dipped out a little bit. So that may be due to the broadcast. I will have to look into that though. That is a bit. It is more than a little strange that that's happening though, and that is more than a little disconcerting. I can boost up my audio a bit for the mic, because I do notice that my mic audio is lower on the new software than it was on the old software. So let me know if that fixes things. So I did boost my mic a little bit. I'll save again because I just don't want to lose my shinies if I did get them. But yeah, I will have to look at my audio hookups and stuff later, because we may be getting a new capture card at some point soon, which I hope that if they do get it, it works. But I'm probably going to use this capture card till it craps out, because we've had this capture card for so long, and we've been through a lot with this capture card. I'm going to go into the long supervillain origin story that is this capture card. We bought this probably 3 years ago. And when we first got it, for the first 2 years, we just could not get the capture card working. Not get the capture card working, as in the audio just simply would not come through. Or if we did get the audio to come through, it would be on a huge delay. If you want to see some of that, I would recommend going back and watching the Skyward Sword series. You can sort of hear a bit of the audio distortion, a lot of the audio desync, because I did have to manually adjust the game audio lineup. And then for like 2 years, not 2 years, for a few months to at minimum a year and like 3 months, I did not have the capture card plugged in. I just had it sitting there on my desk doing nothing. Then, just for shits and giggles, when I came back from college over summer, because I had to go do a summer thing, I put it in my PC, and I was like, okay, let me just see if I actually need to go out and buy a new capture card, or if this one is just like still salvageable. I plugged it in, did everything the same way as I did before, and it worked perfectly. The audio was seamless. The audio was seamless, the video was perfect, and everything was working as it should. So I'm wondering if this thing is just freaking out now. The game sounds a bit glitchy. What do you mean? It's fine. I guess you mean like the game's audio is like dipping out and coming back in? If one of you guys could use like the clip function and send that to me on Discord so I could hear like what specifically you guys mean. Because remember, you guys are all on a desynced delay compared to me. So each of you guys are going to have a different latency. So like one of you guys might be like 7 seconds behind. One of you might be like 2 seconds behind or 3 seconds behind. So I'm not really sure what you would mean like at a specific point. So I'd like, you recommend clipping a specific portion of it and then sending like the link to that clipped portion in DMs so I can hear. Because otherwise I'm not really going to be able to hear, like see what you mean with regards to the audio desync. But yeah, there was a bit of audio desync in the capture card originally, and it just started working. So my hope is that it just, like, I mean, the only thing I think has happened is like maybe something's going on with the capture card itself, but I don't know why it just suddenly would have started now. The only thing I can really think of is we did move to a new software. Well, not new software. We were originally using Streamlabs OBS, but we have started to use just regular OBS now for our streaming software, because with Streamlabs OBS, you are able to specifically move in... Wait. I am so glad that I decided to come this way. That is a shiny Bronzong. There's a better replay buffer system that it has. So I'll have to just, like, screw around with it later. 4 shinies. 4 shinies. But I guess now that I have figured out how to edit my shorts to be better, I guess maybe I can go back to Streamlabs if Streamlabs is working better. Yeah, so I noticed, like, 4 shinies. I'm so glad I decided to just go wandering around without a sandwich running. I'm super happy. Not very effective. Ha! Joke's on you. You missed. The thing is, I'm probably going to need to breed one of these specially, because I would like a 0 speed Bronzong for competitive purposes. But, I mean, Trick Room Zong is a thing. I mean, Trick Room Zong. I hope this thing has 0 speed. That's my ideal hope, is that it has a 0 speed stat. And that's a catch. Da-da-da-da. Delightfully caught. Ba-ba-da-da-da. Bronzong has been added to the party. Please have a 0 speed Ivy. Ah, shame. Much sadness. Well, here's the thing, Stephanie. We actually had a video all about, like, my thoughts for the DLC. I would recommend giving that a watch. It should be in, like, the recent video feed. So if you open up the channel page, it will be in the videos portion. Recommend giving that a look. Very proud of that video. That video honestly took a long time to do with just gathering the footage. So I had to replay more than a few games to get all of that footage. And I will say, having to replay X and Y to get some very specific footage really just kneecapped my enthusiasm for streaming for, like, a good several days. You know, it was like 2 weeks where I was replaying that game to get the footage. And it was just, enthusiasm was dead. And although, I mean, I was just also just exhausted because, like, I had been playing that game, like, pretty aggressively. But I am glad that we got the freaking Bronzong. That was a good Bronzong. I needed that. If I ever do want to go for... Oh, you're right, we already have a shiny Ralts. That's one that we got earlier. We got that on the Fairy Sandwich when we were hunting. That right. The Ralts is in Scarlet. Because we got that when we were hunting Screamtail and or Fluttermane. So that's why it's not in this game. I'm going to need to bring that one over. I mean, I'm going to need to bring over all of my shinies eventually, but that's more something that's going to happen when we get home access compatibility. Took me to Pokemon Masters to realize... Yeah, Hatterene just floating. The thing is, Hatterene is like a female counterpart of Grimmsnarl. But I really, really like that. It's like, no, it's not like you're weirdly tall. He's like this little short thing inside of like a stack of hair that it controls. I actually really, really like it. Speaking of Hatterene, Hatterene I am projecting to be the absolute hero of several of the EBL matches going forward. Like, I have a feeling Hatterene is going to be instrumental because it's just got good stats. And it's going to be fun to use. But I don't, like, first week, I don't think Hatterene's going to be too good. But future weeks, I can see Hatterene having some good potential matchups. My only worry, though, is I can't really run a Trick Room lineup. Because, I mean, you can't really run Trick Room in singles. But I have a plan. And that plan is to win and out-prepare the other person. Because, yeah, it's a lot of... This is the thing about Pokemon that you will notice if you do a lot of competitive. There is a lot of damage number calculations that you can do, and that will, like, prepare you for a lot of things. Like, the one thing I'm doing right now, well, not right now, as in, like, this time span, between me... This goes on while I'm actually editing videos, too, when I'm, like, waiting for it to render. But, when I'm... like rendering videos and waiting for it to render, I will be damage calculating potential matchups and figuring out what my like layout plans should be for potential games. And you can find all kinds of like interesting things, because normally people will go like a certain EV, so like okay, they'll go like max speed, max special attack, or something like that for an attacker. But you do the damage calcs. I only need this much speed to actually be able to do this, so I can put the rest in, defenses. Or, I only need this much offensive power to break through your defenses. So I can just, reallocate those stats into somewhere else. And you can use that to sort of more effectively line up your stats. But the issue is, when you're dealing with a lot of different stats, it's not the easiest thing to do. But that's one of the reasons why I spend a lot of time damage calcing things. Because I would rather spend probably 30 minutes calcing damage on matchups I will never use, and then have that one matchup I need to be calced, than go into a match and become a pants down. Because it's always better to be prepared. Because Pokemon battles are a game of information war. That's one of the reasons why you never want to have your team preview give away too much of your plan. Because if you do, then you're going to be pretty easily bodied, because they have an information advantage. They can see, okay, I have a feeling your turn 1 game plan is going to be this. I can counterplan you. And then if they counterplan you, then you've kind of already lost. What do you think Season 3 is going to have been? What do you mean, Stephanie? What do you mean Season 3? Oh, you mean Series 3? Yeah, Series 3 for VGC? I'm thinking Series 3 is going to have only Miraidon and Koraidon be banned. Because the Ruins legendaries, those kind of fall into the ballpark of the lower, I call them the minor legendaries. Things like Zapdos, Moltres, Articuno, Suicune, Entei, Raikou. They have lower stats than the regular legendaries, like the Regis, essentially. Whereas Miraidon and Koraidon are, like, the major legendaries. The official term for them is restricted. The box art legendaries, essentially. They are officially the restricted legendaries. But a lot of people just find it easier to go by, like, box art legendary. Even though this isn't exactly accurate for every one of them. Mewtwo is a restricted, but it isn't a box art legendary. Eternatus is a restricted, but it's not a box art legendary. It's just a colloquialism. But I'm expecting Miraidon and Koraidon are going to be banned. I'm also thinking we might still have Charizard, Cinderace, and Greninja be banned. Mostly because once Home opens up, then I think they'll be allowed in. But I actually have no idea. I have no idea when they will even allow them in, because there's been nothing like this before. Yeah, the different Pokeball throwing animations were great. Just, meh. Like, I think it was called like the Nihilist throw, where it's just, meh. I love that. Yeah, I'm generally not one for, like, Pokemon, like, character customization. I don't really care here nor there about them. Like, with Sword and Shield, I would generally stick to the generic stock look of the character. I put the Duraludon shirt on because I love Kaiju. But normally I just tend to stick to the generic look. But I did like the Pokeball throwing animation customization. That was fun. I'm not surprised they didn't bring that back, because they don't really show you sending your Pokemon out anymore. You don't see every individual throw of the Pokeball, so it's not something you find too often. They could have extended it to... No, we did not get the Charmander. But we are all out of eggs, La. So, like, we hatched everything. All of our Froakie eggs are done. All of our Charmander eggs are done. We have no more eggs. So, we are just done hatching eggs for today. I'm going to release all of those non-shinies. Well, not non-shinies. I'm going to release all of the ones that are just despairs. And yeah, that's... And then I'm just going to collect a whole bunch more eggs. I'm going to reorganize my PC later tonight. And that's going to be fun. Not really. Nope. I'd rather hold the orb toward the Pokemon. I mean, to be fair, they've kind of done, like, the similar thing with a lot of the other stuff, like Z-moves and Z-moves and stuff like that, but I can see what you mean. I can see what you mean about, like, the thing hovering in the air. It is a bit weird, but, I think it's supposed to be, like, the orb, like, merges with the Pokemon, so they have to have it hover above the thing. But, I mean, we also just don't really know about that, so it's weird. But, I mean, again, I think that's also another limitation of the game's engine. Again, this was very much built off of a modified Legends engine, which was a modified Sword and Shield engine. There's going to be some hiccups here or there. There are going to be hiccups here or there. I am surprised, though, that we did find the Bronzor shiny. The Bronzong shiny. I'm glad we got it, because that was one that I mean, it's a mixed bag, because on the one hand, I would very much like a... Well, actually, now that I think about it, if I want to get a Trick Room shiny Bronzong, I can just Masuda breed for that off stream, which I will do, because I've said the same thing with regards to the 4th shiny Skeledirge. If I want to get a Trick Room one for competitive that is shiny, I will just do that off stream, because we already got, the shiny. We have the Dex entry of the shiny for the Living Shiny Dex, but you guys, I don't think are going to want to see me hunting a thing again. Especially with the Masuda hunts, but the Masuda hunts definitely can go for a long time. I will still keep the capture software running for them. So that way, if I do get the shiny or did I find something else, obviously we'll keep the reaction for that, because that's going to be fun. But otherwise, I don't really see the necessity of having them all be on stream when we've already done the hunt for it, so to speak. No, okay, no, it's not shiny. Yeah. Snom is another one that is going to be a Masuda hunt. There's maybe 30 or 40 Pokemon that I have on a list, and I believe this list includes the starters, these are definitive Masuda hunts that I will be doing, because hunting for them otherwise I think would just be too much of a pain. But I may be reversing some of those depending on what outbreaks I get and feedback I hear from other people who have encountered them already. But yeah, this hunting right this way is the exact reason I prefer this game's version of Masuda hunting to any others. The ability to shiny hunt while wandering around the world without needing to get into battles to check if they're shiny is it makes Masuda hunting so much better. Hey RX, how you doing? Doing very, very well today. Hope you're doing well. We have gotten 4 shinies today, all of which were newly necessary for the Living Shiny decks. One of them was Delibird, one of them was a Bronzong, one of them was a Grimer, and the last one was a Quillfish. So we are making gains with our shiny decks. The best part is, the Bronzong was no sandwich, so that was, full shiny charm odds, 1 in 1,365. So that was fine. How are you doing today? Hope you're doing well. And also, again, guys, please don't forget to leave a like and subscribe if you haven't done so already. It very much helps the channel. It is one small click from you, but it makes a world of difference for all of us here at MetaMax Incorporated, as I like to call the channel. I know it's not, but I just like calling it that because it's stupid to call it that. But I'm a stupid kind of guy who likes that nonsense. I'm kind of surprised we haven't phased on another shiny Sneasel. Because we found the entire Sneasel family already. But we find so many Sneasel wild just in the area around here. I'm surprised we aren't running into more shinies of them. But then again, I mean, you're also finding a lot of Cetitan, a lot of Cetadel around here. So I guess the same thing kind of applies for that. Look at this, there's all these groups of Sneasel. Okay, no, that wasn't shiny. I thought it was, but I'm glad I was wrong. You're not shiny, are you? You're the normal color. Yeah, you're the normal coloration. Yeah, Cetadel is one, when it is in the shadows, it can be a little hard to tell if it's shiny or not. But that's why I'm glad the auto battle function. We have only failed 2 shinies so far in this game. One of them was the Screamtail, and the other one was the Knackley. I don't count the fail on the Psyduck, because that spawned within the rocks, and it didn't come out into the open before we were able to see it. So we didn't know it existed until it was too late. But other than that, there was a Screamtail, but even then, I'm not 100% sure if that Screamtail was shiny, because we didn't get close enough to examine it. However, it is time for dinner, so I will be back in a little bit. Shouldn't take too long. BRB. And dinner is red sauce, which does not agree with the white shirt I'm wearing. Let's put on another shirt. Because I do not trust myself when it comes to sauce. Okay, there we are. As it turns out, I did not need to not trust myself about the sauce. But it's always better to be safe than sorry, especially when it comes to, well, sauce. Okay. Well, now we can go back to shiny sandwich hunting. Oops, hiccups. There we go. No, there we go. And now we can go back to making sandwiches for this thing. Alright, save again. Save the adventure. See, now that we're not hatching eggs anymore, I can actually just use the freaking what is it? Freaking save button. And just like reset everything now that we're not hatching eggs anymore. Because hatching eggs again is a pain in the ass. Tomato. Onion. Pepper. Burger and cloth sticks. Bitter. There we go. It's going delightfully so. Alright. I think we'll go for a while longer. Again, I want to get used to like the longer streams, because that is going to help with Breath of the Wild, as well as it will help with when Tears of the Kingdom comes out. It'll help with like doing those streams for a long period of time. Granted, Breath of the Wild is kind of almost practice for that. But, you know, it's helping. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. There we go. Again, I love how it clips into the burger. Like the clipping of the food into the other food is fun. There we go. Much better. It's going pretty well though. And there we go. Tasty Max is original. Spuck power and counter power. Not sure how many more sandwiches we're actually gonna go do though. But the good thing is that like Satotl and that one, like they stick out pretty heavily. I'm not looking forward to the hunting. The Cryogonal is one I'm probably gonna Masuda for. I mean, Masuda or Outbreak for. Because that's just an annoying one. But we will hunt it eventually, anyway. I mean, we have to hunt it eventually. We hunt everything eventually. Crabominable? Yeah, we actually got Crabominable's shiny just while wandering around Glaciadio Mountain while hatching eggs for Cinderace, actually, now that I think about it. Yeah, it was one of the early phases, which I'm very happy for. But it's also just kind of annoying. Oh, it's a Sneasel, not a Gimmighoul. I thought it was a Gimmighoul for a second, but no, it was just a Sneasel. Let's get going. Hey, USA Ball, how you doing? Welcome in. Again, guys, please don't forget to leave a like and subscribe if you haven't done so already. One small click for you, but one massive boost for us. Sneasel. It's a Sneasel that does sneezely things. I think we'll maybe finish off this sandwich and then we'll call it a night. Because, I mean, even if we don't get a shiny in this one, that'll have been 5 shinies in a single sandwich. Not a single sandwich, a single stream. And there'll be 4 shinies in a single stream. As well as a massive clearing out of all of our eggs. Which is good. Because I really, 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 really like getting, you know, those done. So now I can just reorganize my boxes. And if I can reorganize my boxes, then I'm more able to gather eggs. I'm glad you're doing well. Let's look for some shinies. So, do you guys think we're going to phase on another shiny ice type? Or do you think we're not going to get an ice type shiny in this sandwich? I want your thoughts. I'm thinking we're not going to get another shiny in this sandwich. But we got to keep our mind open to the possibilities of what may happen. So let's get going. Hello, Japan Ball. Welcome in. Hope you're doing well. Nope. Not there. Again, guys, please don't forget to leave a like and subscribe if you haven't done so. It very much helps. Alright. No, not Satotl. I would have very much preferred a shiny from you. But no. You did not get one. Satotl is honestly the entire reason we came here. Because Satotl appears in very, very few locations. It's very annoying to get, but I really want one. I want to get the shiny for that family finish, because the good thing about Satotl is it's one of the last pure ice types in the area. The only other pure ice types that remain on Glaciadio Mountain are Cryogonal, Cubchoo, and Glaceon, I think? Well, not even Glaceon. Like, we don't even need to go for Glaceon. The way we're going to deal with the Glaceon shiny is that's going to be part of our Eevee hunt. Which, the Eevee hunt is basically going to be us getting, I think it's 8 shiny Eevee? Or 7 or something. I forget the exact number of them, but basically we can get a shiny for every single Eevee and then we're just going to evolve them. But all of the others, we don't actually need, they all have a double typing. So it means we can use Snorunt, that's the other one. I had a feeling there was another one, but no, it's Snorunt, Satotl, Cryogonal, Snorunt, Cubchoo. Yeah, there's only like 4 of them left. Well, Cubchoo or Beartech. So yeah, there's not really that many left, and I think the play is after we get those, like after we get 1 or 2 of them, I think the rest we will leave up to Masuda hunting. The reason for, I think, leaving it up to Masuda hunting rather than hunting with sandwiches is we can compress time that way. You know, we can hunt other things in addition to the Masuda hunt. Because once we get home, releasing encounters will be far easier. Because all I'll have to do is just go into home and just do mass release. So it's not going to be as annoying. Because that's one of the reasons why we've been doing... it's been taking a while to do some of the Masuda hunts. Is just down to how long it takes to release stuff off screen. So I kind of pace stuff out better. But when I can instantly release like 60 of them at a time, that whole issue is going to go away. And we're going to greatly pick up speed in our Masuda hunts. Because yeah, when we do the Masuda hunts, that's why you see me releasing stuff periodically. Welcome back, Pixel. They see me periodically releasing things after every 5 hatches because it would take longer to release everything manually later in the day. But when it comes to the mass purge that home would bring, there is no need to do that. So our Masuda hunts will greatly be expedited. But... you know, let's... really, can Satotl... how far down the mountain does Satotl spawn? how far down does it actually spawn still? Because I know... Yeah, okay, no. It's... Okay, no, it's not that far down. Yeah. I was thinking maybe I could use the one over here, but no. It doesn't go far enough. Which is unfortunate for me, because I really would have liked that. I really would have preferred to hunt those things in very specific areas, but nope. Game is being a jerk and not giving me what I need. Unfortunately, this is probably one of the best areas to hunt Citadel there is. I mean, it also gives me I can hunt Snorunt too. So, like, there is that. But we do not have a great way of hunting them. We would need to go Masuda or this, but I have a plan. These weeks be flying by. It feels like Monday was yesterday. I mean, fair, yeah. That does periodically. I mean, it mostly happens when there's not as much going on, especially when you have something to look forward to. You know, there's like something coming up that you really, really are looking forward to, and it's relatively close. Time does seem to go by a little bit faster. And, I mean, I know Pokemon Day is coming up, so it could be that. So that could be what you're looking forward to having. The news of Pokemon Day is going to be fun. Nope, no Sneasel. Okay, no, you're not shiny. Yeah, that's the good thing. I like how you can scout whether or not something is shiny just by battling it like that. Nope, none of those Citadel are shiny. Much unfortunate sadness. But we are definitely making gains. Go up here. Monteverna. Nice! Make oatmeal cookies and does your streamer cookies. Well, those are fine. I don't like oatmeal cookies anyway. I wouldn't have wanted them. So what is your Fuecoco hunt up to right now, Raphael? How many eggs you got set aside for it? Or you just started hunting them right now and start collecting the eggs? Just started collecting, or you've been hatching for a while? Yeah, Masuda hunting is one of those hunt types that I feel once we get access to home, they're gonna take off a lot more. Because I do know a number of the other like shiny hunters, they have been very hesitant about doing Masuda hunts for the starters, and, you know, with the starters, the Greninja, the Froakie, Charizard, and all the ones like that, specifically because they just hate releasing everything. Which is the reason I decided to do mine early, you know, earlier before, you know, of course, home releases, because I know when it comes time for home to be released, there's going to be a big upswing of those Masuda hunts. Which means that, you know, mine would have a bit of a harder time getting traction. Which means that I will just be able to do other hunts, which may help the channel grow. Though it could also backfire and, you know, just be a huge, big not good for me. I mean, the other part of it is that, yeah, I could hunt the other stuff, and in the meantime, I could do, like, raids with viewers and everything like that, because with all the creators doing, you know, potentially doing the big, other Masuda hunts, then they're not going to be doing as many terror raid things, which could be a growth opportunity for me. After all, you gotta look for those growth opportunities. You gotta look for them. Take them when you can. Nope. Not seeing a shiny around here. And we go back up. That is how I feel. Releasing doesn't feel as bad and as tedious as long as you do it on the fly. Exactly. That is exactly the way that I am, Pixel. Because it actually does take longer when you store them in mass release them. Because if you do them in your party like that, the game will automatically scroll the Pokemon into your thing. So it saves you a few button presses, which, you know, yeah, a few button presses doesn't seem like a whole lot. But when you think about it in the context of, okay, here is half a second of doing something that you repeat 30 times, it's more than half a second. It's probably like, 2 or so seconds, because it does take a bit more time than that. Even if it's like, okay, 1 second, then that is 1 second that you are saving every time you release a Pokemon. And then multiply that one Pokemon out by 30 Pokemon, because 30 Pokemon a box if you're doing a whole box. Then multiply that box out by how many boxes of eggs you have to release. So I know for me, I go and I get, 5 or 6 boxes of eggs, at minimum. Some of the later ones, like the big ones, they've gone like 10 or so. So then you go take 10 boxes of eggs, say about a minute of just releasing Pokemon. That's, 8 to 10 minutes. That's anywhere between, 5 to 10 minutes of releasing eggs. Mindlessly. That's just tacked on. So it really does add up. And, removing those little crucial things. That's the reason why when it came to Dynamax raids, I would do the animations off and do solo ones. Because it's actually a lot faster to do them solo animations off. Though, when we get access to home, and, we can just mass release via home, then it's going to be a matter of seconds for, multiple boxes to be released. Which is going to be good for us. Because it's going to save our sanity. But that's what I'm looking forward to. But home is a couple of weeks away. They said it's going to be spring in 2023, which spring in 2023 is March, assuming like mid-late March, which is about, 4 or 5 weeks away. So we're going to need to struggle with it for a while. But I mean, it's okay. But yeah, my plan... I mean, the other thing is when it comes to me with my Masuda hunts after we get access to home, what I am going to do most assuredly is move pretty much my decks in the game. So pretty much I'm going to be moving any Pokemon that are not needed really for competitive over into my Scarlet version. And anything here that is like, shiny, future shiny hunts by Masuda, or like my competitive Pokemon, or like my catching teams, those are going to stay here. But all the other stuff is likely to get moved over into my Scarlet version to basically be held there. And doing that, I can free up so much space. Because I remember a while back, I did a calculation. To collect enough eggs to, in a single sitting, accomplish Masuda odds is 17 boxes and a few spare Pokemon. So, filling up 17 boxes, that's almost half, it's a little over half of the entire box availability you have in the game. You get 32 boxes maximum in this game. And I don't really have that availability. But if I was able to move stuff over, I would be able to give myself that availability. Also, that is going to go on my Legends hunt. I do, not Snover, Snorunt. Yeah, I think that I might actually hunt Snover in Legends. Not Snover, Snorunt. I keep mixing Snover and Snorunt up. Because I still need to hunt Hisui and Avalugg in that game. I mean, eventually I am going to be bringing over a lot of my other Pokemon from my previous games into Scarlet and Violet. But I'm going to be bringing them over when the Masuda hunts pretty much are finished. Because the only thing that really holds back the Masuda hunts right now is box availability. Because when I hatch all my eggs, that's it. You know, I'm not going to go collect a whole nother sitting of eggs because it's just, you guys don't want to sit here for 30 minutes while I mash A to collect a whole bunch of eggs. So I do all my collection before stream starts. Which is why, if I can get collecting even more eggs before a stream starts, we can do even longer Masuda hunt streams. Which is good. Because, like, look at this. Look how much longer we've been able to go wander around and are still hunting stuff. Think about how many eggs we could have been hatching in this time. Granted, I am super efficiency-minded brain, so I always think about stuff like that, and I fixate on it. But you guys may not realize that as much. But I mean, the other thing is, I probably will keep a lot of my other stuff in this game. It's just, if I can clear out the decks, essentially, you know, all the spare Pokemon that I don't need, then I can get even more eggs. Because I, right now, can get probably, you know, maybe 13? I can probably get 13 boxes of eggs full. But I can't access all of that right now because for the longest time, at least 3 of those boxes have been consumed by Charmander eggs. One of them I still need to go and organize a bit more. So once I, like, figure all of that out and I organize everything fully, I will be able to collect even more eggs at a more aggressive rate and with all around just more beneficial efficiency. Which means longer Masuda hunts, which means longer streams, which means more time of you wonderful viewers enjoying this absolute chucklehead known as Metamaxis. Which also means more shinies we're going to be collecting. Nope. Okay, you're not shiny. Yeah, Cubchoo is... I have a feeling the Cubchoo may be the last shiny we get of the ice types in here. I mean, it could potentially also be Cryogonal, because Cryogonal is very specific in where it appears. But also, Cryogonal's one that I am already on the list of. I'm just going to Masuda hunt that sucker. I still... Wow, I got 2 extra Tatsugiri after that. I was consistent get 3... It's consistent get 3 extra shiny Quaxley. Oh my gosh. Don't even joke about that. I need to start working on those other starter hunts. Which is, again, one of the other reasons. Because I would like to try and get all of my starters before that happens. Yeah, I mean, the release of Home. Because, again, when that happens, there's going to be a lot more Masuda starter hunts. Which is why I agree with what Landon did. Because he did his Masuda starter hunt early. You know, he got most of them already. I think he actually got all of them. Well, then again, Landon does, like, 6-hour streams. And I also don't think he keeps nearly as many Pokemon as I do. Because, I mean, he also does double game hunting. So he's hunting on 2 games. So he can hunt even faster. So there's that, too, which benefits him. So he does longer streams, and he also does, like, double hunting. So, like, he is, like, 3 times quicker than I am because he's doing more encounters at a more quick rate. So also, like, Landon has, like, ridiculous shiny luck. So, like, he got all the Greninja family ridiculously under odds. I don't think he got the Charmander yet, though. He might have. I don't remember, though. I don't want to make a... Bulky Unaware Skeledirge honestly sounds really terrifying. Because the fun thing about Skeledirge is... about Unaware is even if you have Unaware, your stat boosts still apply to the enemy. But their boosts don't apply to you. Aside from... I mean, obviously aside from speed. but speed goes into turn order, and turn order is a separate thing altogether. But yeah, that's... It's definitely something. See, I was always more partial to throat spray Skeletors, like an offensive throat spray one. But I can definitely see, bulky being useful. Like, I could... ooh, that's terrifying. Bulky, high special defense AV Skeletors with Torch Song. Granted, you don't have recovery options because you don't have slack off available to you because you have your salt vested, so you can't, heal yourself. But that is an interesting lineup idea. I will eventually look into those. I feel unaware, but I feel if Skeletors existed, like, if we had Skeletors with Unaware as a starter back in Galar, as in instead of Cinderace, we had Unaware Skeletors, or we had an Unaware booster, just like for any of the starters for Galar, I think that would have been game-changingly broken for Dynamaxing. Because just, you can obsolete things such as weakness policy, while at the same time, your own weakness policy and your own boost are preserved. Because it also means that, okay, well, any of your boosts to, with your Dynamax are now just completely irrelevant. Which I really like. Because whenever you were Dynamaxing, you really were never using the debuff moves. You were always using the buff moves. I had Scorbunny, Wooper, Froakie, Charmander, Fuecoco, working on Sprigatito now, and I'll start Spiritomb and Quaxly after that. Nice. Yeah, Spiritomb is another one that I'm not looking forward to hunting. I love a shiny Spiritomb. It looks fantastic. But again, eggs. Well, this is not looking too good for our hero. Yeah, I'm not seeing a shiny around here. Yeah, there's nothing. I'm not seeing the sparklies. I mean, we had some great luck today, though. Well, we had great luck after we had garbage luck. So, I guess it evens out. Nope. I am surprised we have not phased yet, though. But, knowing my luck, we will phase on something before the end of this sandwich. Which is fine for me. It's just a little annoying, because I would have liked it to happen sooner. Okay. Nope, no Pikachu shiny. One of these days, we're gonna get another shiny Pikachu. One of these frickin' days. Because there's so many Pikachu that actually spawn. It's just that they're not wanting to sparkle for us. I wonder if someone has made like a software that actually tracks the number of Pokemon of like new individuals that appear whenever you're sandwich hunting. Because we can't actually check how many encounters we have for every single Pokemon. Which is why I kind of wonder if that software like potentially exists. Because if it does exist, then we'd be able to more accurately tell when we go over odds and when we don't go over odds. Which I think honestly is one of the reasons why people feel like hunts in this game are faster. Because in reality, on average, we're pretty much going the odds the same way as we used to for the other games. It's just in this game, because we can't see the odds, we just assume based on time we're under odds. When the reality is, we are likely, pretty much just as much over odds as we normally were, just we can't keep track anymore. Again, outside of, Masuda hunting. Well, Masuda are soft reset hunting, but only crazy people do soft reset hunting. Well, then again, I did soft reset hunting for a bit, so I guess I'm crazy. I do want to do some soft reset legendary hunting at some point in the future. Again, in Ultra Sun and Ultra Moon. This is one thing I've actually had rolling around in my head for a while. Is shiny potential badge quest for one of the games for Heart Gold Soul Silver. But also, I was actually thinking about doing just hunting for shiny starter in Heart Gold and Soul in Soul Silver, and then hunting for the shiny Lugia. Stop spam call. Nice, the 5 Eevees. Yeah, Eevee is one that is also on our Masuda list. I'm not looking forward to that hunt. But I'm looking for trying to get an Eevee Outbreak. Because if we can get an Eevee Outbreak, that will greatly speed up that hunt. Alright, stream is winding down. Sandwich is almost done. With that, I'm gonna go look for someone to raid. Control Shift T. And yeah, this was good. Again, we got a good number of shinies today. We got a exceptional number of shinies today. Considering that one of them was completely non-sandwich odds. About 2,000, that's pretty... Not really. I mean, we've done longer ones. It's just... We've actually done a couple of Pokemon ones that actually are this length. It's just normally I kind of call it quits earlier because I'm just tired for some other reason. It's not lately have we done them. But we have done them historically. I want a date skip, so I hatched one of them and couldn't get them in the wild. Yeah, getting Eevee in the wild is insane. They just don't appear. Which is kind of funny that they make Eevee so harder to get a hold of in the game. Because really kind of the point of Eevee was always an easy team filler. That you would go to Celadon City in Kanto, and you would pick up the Eevee, evolve it into whatever form your team needed to be whatever offensive or defensive form you needed for typing wise, and use that to round out your team. Which is why I kind of find it funny that in almost every game, Eevee kind of just doesn't appear until super ridiculously late, so it can't realistically fulfill that function of being team slot filler, because it just comes way, way, way too late in the game to be reasonably useful. It fills largely the same function that the monkeys actually from Generation 5 do, in that their literal entire purpose is slotting into your team to cover a typing issue. But the monkeys actually do the job quite well because they're given to you right at the start of the game, and is made clear, like, yeah, this is the function of them. Whereas with Eevee, in most every game, it's super, super late or super freaking hard to find. Because, like, even when we had normal encounter power level 3 sandwiches running in the areas you can find Eevee, they just don't appear. They're so ridiculously rare. And with that, we are done for this sandwich today. No shiny. That means new weapons, which matter the splash. Ooh, splash thing a new kit. That's gonna be fun. But with all of that done and dusted, stop replay buffer. Let's go on a raid. Let's go find a raid target. But again, if you guys haven't done so, please don't forget to leave. Don't forget to leave a like and subscribe. Let's see who we're gonna go raid. Oh, that's actually a good one, Shiny. I like that title. Ooh. Razzie is doing that. We rated Razzie a few days ago. Ooh, shiny Nuzlocke. That'd be fun. Mario, VG. Oh, really? VGC's got international. Interesting. I forgot that VGC had a thing going on today. Let's go raid. Let's go raid Vandy. They are doing a shiny only badge. They are doing a shiny lock. Oh, really? The Kraken's coming back. Fun. But thank you all for tuning in. Let's go on a raid. We'll go raid Vandy. I will see you guys next time. Let's rock and roll. And